Alright, this feels manageable. Oh man, there's all kinds of places I can click. I guess we're starting with London, though. Wonder how far in I can zoom. Not that far. How far out can I go? Oh man. I can go everywhere. We can go into space! Oh, look at all the places I can go. Wow, there's going to be a lot of stops on this particular journey. I guess that's to be expected. Alright, alright. I have a screenshot button? Amazing. Amazing. Well, let's click to begin, as it were. Monsieur Phileas Fogg returned home early from the Reform Club, and in a newfangled steam carriage besides. I helped him down, and the iron-lunged, steam-driven horses clattered away. What? Is this French? Hang on, I need to know how to pronounce this. This is probably French? Passepartout? Whatever. Passepartout, said he. We are going around the world. Oh man, I have dialogue choices now. Around the world, monsieur? I asked, utterly astonished. We shall circumnavigate the globe within 80 days. He was quite calm as he proposed this wild scheme. We leave for Paris on the 8:25, in an hour. What is my role here? I am his butler, his right-hand man, his man about town. Cool, great. I love pronouncing things correctly. Yeah, okay. Well then. This was a shocking turnabout for my master, who was, by all accounts, a creature of inflexible habit and mechanical regularity. Perhaps the carriage's engine fumes had affected his reason? Valet! That is an excellent word. Probably a better word than all of the ones I chose. For Paris, monsieur? To begin with, yes. Pack an altimeter and my evening jacket. There is not a moment to waste! Oh, that's me. I'm Passepartout. Excellent. I now have funds. Look at that. 4,000 pounds. We're rich! Quickly, collect our things and we will be off! Alright, well, time to pack. Just a moment to seize anything that I thought might be useful for a long trip. Well, he did specify the pocket altimeter and the evening jacket. Wax cylinder, playing cards? Inscribed with marks describing a recording of a symphony. Valuable in Vienna, Paris, and Copenhagen. A slender volume listing all shipping routes within Europe. Routes for ships in Europe will be visible on the globe. I don't have that much time, do I? A deck of 52 playing cards, suitable for a whist drive or two. Of interest to humorous, stalwart, official, and soldier types. Is this gonna fit? Part of the Englishman's wardrobe set. Alright, well, we have to have the full wardrobe set. There's no way I'm going to skimp on clothing. Okay, let's go with the timetable. This is the best we could do. Our completed Englishman's wardrobe should help us negotiate times of upper-class journeys. New routes discovered. Excellent. That seems particularly useful. Wow, lots of new routes. It's a good thing we grabbed that timetable. And nothing except the playing cards? Alright. So this cost an hour to do? Is that what? Alright, we gotta go. Yeah, alright. Embark. It's time. Cost us 1 suitcase and 0 hearts. How many suitcases do we have? Departing now. Van space has space for 1 suitcase, which will suffice. This looks like a bearable option. Wow, okay. What does an unbearable option look like? What is this? metal horse in front of this carriage. Are you for serious? This is unacceptable. The mechanical horses raced past Piccadilly Circus and Pall Mall faster than a team of thoroughbreds. Even so, the whistle of the 8:25 was blowing as we pulled up to Charing Cross Station. Eh? Please, Darkstar. Do we just jump onto the train? I mean, we can figure it out. Everything will be okay. We raced along the concourse and threw ourselves aboard as the second whistle shrieked its warning. We barely had time to take our seats before the guard rapped smartly on the compartment door. He held out a hand. "Tickets, please." Well, I'm sure he'll understand, right? "Alas, monsieur, we were in a great hurry," I explained, giving him a beseeching look. "We did not have time to buy tickets." "You may purchase them from me," the guard was saying, "though it is more expensive, I'm afraid. £85, please." I mean, if that's the price, that's the price. This is gonna get me in trouble, I think. I handed over the £85 and smiled a thin smile, from one working man to another. The guard gave me our tickets, and slid the compartment door shut behind him with a pneumatic hiss. "Your funds have gone down somewhat." Accurate. "I am on fine form, but we must make haste." Well, train is happening. I can open the luggage. Let's talk to people. Is that an option? "I am at your service, Monsieur Fogg." Let's talk about money. "This journey will be most expensive, monsieur." "Indeed, but we can earn a little from buying and selling our possessions as we travel." "Oh, very good." London smog gave way to rolling hills, and the pastures of the Kentish countryside, still untouched by the hand of technological advancement. He's gonna do his thing. You know what? As long as he's gonna pay me my wages, then, he can do whatever he wants. Monsieur Fogg read his paper whilst I repacked our bags, thrown together in haste and confusion. As afternoon turned inexorably to evening, I discovered that my master was one of those gentlemen who broke their silence rarely, if at all. A guard rapped on our door a few miles before Dover. "We are about to submerge," he warned. "Take some people a bit funny, so watch out." Is this how trains work? Curious. "What do you mean, submerge?" I cried. "This is the London to Paris Amphitrite Express," he explained, as though to a particularly dim-witted child. "The submersible train? Talk of all the London papers?" "The Mer train? Ooh. Then this is the Mer train!" I exclaimed. He made a face. "Bloody journalists and their silly names," he muttered. "Every inch of her has been examined and stamped with the artificer's seal. This is the world's only bathyscope locomotive." I'm excited. I don't know if you're excited, but I'm excited. I pressed my face to the window glass as the fins above the Amphitrite's wheels extended with a hydraulic hiss. Night fell, and we plunged past the end of the track into the freezing water of the English Channel. Amazing. What a journey. Submersible trains. What a time to be alive. The Amphitrite plowed through the water overnight, and splashed up onto wider-gauge French tracks at Calais as dawn broke. I'm still not demanding anything, really. That doesn't seem like a thing that I have the right to do of my master. So maybe asking some questions about where we're going would be nice. I want to get my stuff together, though. Like, if this... whatever, let's ask questions. That seems fine. "Do you have a route in mind, monsieur?" I asked, as the water of the channel dried from the compartment windows. "I am, as yet, undecided," my master admitted. "The new canal has sped up the shipping route from Suez to Bombay. Though perhaps we could take the Trans-Siberian Railway across Russia. Good lord. All I can do is exclaim in horror. Surely not Siberia, I exclaimed. It is so cold and grim, and I have a particular fear of bears. Yes, so hopefully this game remains unbearable. Then we would do well to buy furs, he replied, refraining from rolling his eyes. There are other alternatives. We may also travel overland and across the Black and Caspian seas. What is my concern here? Right now, probably safest, because I have no idea what he's trying to do. But which is safest? Monsieur Fogg raised an eyebrow. There is no place in the world which is not safe for an Englishman, he said coolly, and with great finality. Parbleu! I scarcely knew what to think. We arrived at Paris Gare du Nord just after 1 o'clock. Automaton porters, amazing! Automaton porters lifted our luggage and then our persons onto... just casually getting wheeled around by robots. And then our persons onto the platform with long, delicately filigreed iron arms. Paris! City of my heart. I was home, but not to stay. Time to figure out where we are going. Oh man, look at this route. We could go to Bombay. Or Moscow to Ekaterinburg to Omsk. Omsk. Irkutsk. Oh, I've heard of Irkutsk before. Primarily because I've played Risk. Oh man, some of our possessions could earn us well here. We will have to explore Paris to find an onward journey. I see. So we could go to the bank, we could go to the market. What do we have in the luggage? This stuff, and nothing I really want to sell. Part of the Air Traveler set. Did that cost me oh, time just advances anyway. I better pick something quick. Alright, let's go to the bank. I don't want to sell anything. We must visit the bank, Monsieur Fogg declared. Robbery, Monsieur? You have additional funds? I am a gentleman. They would extend me credit if required, he replied. But do you suppose I put my entire fortune into a carpet bag under your supervision? I did not answer. I regarded the manager of the bank we entered, a small man who greeted us with greedy enthusiasm. You wish to withdraw funds, we were told. I warn you, it may take some time. What is today, Wednesday? Oh, man. Well, presumably I only have, a limited number of days. Mayhap even a specific number of days. One which I might be able to account for. A week is like a tenth of my journey. I can't wait a week. We require £1,000, I said. The manager nodded. I will have to communicate with London first, of course, he apologized. I should have a reply tomorrow. It seems, Monsieur Fogg remarked as we left, we have some time to dispose of. Okay, let's come back tomorrow. Might as well explore. New routes discovered. Ah, excellent. Now we know how to get to places. We had a few hours to spare. I asked Monsieur Fogg if I might enjoy my city before we had to leave. Indeed, and should you learn anything of note, be sure to relay it. But do not waste any time. We have no time to spare. I should probably ask him about this. Why the hurry? I demanded. What is the purpose of this journey of ours? We are winning a wager, he answered seriously. We will circumnavigate the globe in 80 days or less. It is impossible. No, it simply has not been done, Monsieur Fogg answered. This, then, was our purpose. I nodded and headed into town. Alright, now I have in-game knowledge to match my out-of-game knowledge. The talk on the streets was of one thing only. An enormous, elegant oval stadium, constructed upon the green fields of Champ de Mars, and containing the technological marvels, art, amusement parks, and milling crowds of the World's Fair of 1872. We are certainly going to do our best, Phantom Chef. We'll see how far we get. But I could learn something incredible from the World Fair. I don't know. What does this mean? Let's take a look inside. Oh, achievement unlocked! The World's Fair! Fantastic. I ventured inside the grand illuminated pavilions of the exposition. Airships! Oh man, that sounds spectacular. I went west towards the airship hangar, past a booth with a husband and wife pair selling panoramic hot air balloon rides to eager tourists. I don't know about this, actually. Do I want to ride in a hot air balloon? It's only like a tour, right? You know what? Let's find out. I inquired as to their hourly rate, wondering if perhaps the balloon could be encouraged to go a little way east as well and contribute to our great journey. £80 for a half-hour flight, the man responded. Black. Not today, I think. I replied swiftly. The man nodded and moved on to the next punter with great swiftness. The Franco-Prussian War of 1871. Fantastic. Let's take a look at the airships, then. I regarded the airships that filled the hangar behind him. There were a huge number on display, from all over the world, and my eye was immediately caught by... rigid metal balloon? Oh, I don't think so. The gilded Egyptian Ifrit-class airship, the metal-clad four-propeller Savarkar Atmotic, the bulky coal-gas-powered Ottoman Gaik, the twin-bladed Peruvian Gyrocopter. I'm more interested in this. Painted all over with stylized poppies and feathers, it resembled nothing more than a vast flying sarcophagus. Do people really fly in such things? I asked an exhibitor. Indeed! Hundreds of them do, and every day! He replied with a booming laugh. They say the skies of Arabia are crisscrossed with the trails of the Egyptian ships. Perhaps one day soon, Monsieur Fogg and I would find ourselves flying in such a craft. I returned to the exposition center, my thoughts turning with clouds and engine rotors. Avenues sprawled in every direction between the inviting illuminated pavilions of the exposition. Well, as long as I've got the time... Oh, there's more options. No, there's not more options. An artificer was replacing an arc light which had burned out. She first disconnected the strange machine powering the lights. It had a spinning iron wheel which was wound around with a series of armature coils. Well, of course I want to disturb her work. Please, give me all of the information. What is that device, Artificer? I asked politely, my eye straying to the copper lily pin which proclaimed her profession. It's a bleeding nuisance is what it is, the Artificer grumbled in a thick Yorkshire accent. I really hope this is a Yorkshire accent. I have no clue. These gram machines are finicky beasts. Gram machines? What do I know about gram? Tell me about the thing. Gram machines? I inquired. Well, it's a... Oh, never mind. She waved my question away. It's a steam engine, all right. Only it doesn't make steam. Will that do? I hate explaining this stuff to laymen. I retreated hastily, not at all in terror of her irate tone. Haha, of course not. Definitely not. Let's go with this one then. The harshness of her tone was belied by her gentle touch as she unscrewed the arc light's globe of enameled glass and replaced the 2 carbon rods within. She reconnected the supply, and the 10 Yablokov candles connected in series lit up once more. They are miraculous, I breathed. The Artificer snorted. Their hard work is what they are. Miracles indeed. But her mouth softened into a small, proud smile. She looked at her pocket watch, cursed and hurried off, dropping something as she went. I sincerely doubt we will ever Kafka on this stream, Phantom Chef. That That sounds like an intellectual journey I'm not particularly interested in taking. I guess I like. Is her goodwill worth more than the actual monetary value of whatever it is she dropped? Probably not. But you know, what kind of person do I want to be? I hurried after her to return it, and she thanked me. My medallion! I'll need that to get my lunch from the canteen. Thank you. I bowed in return, and she giggled. Stop that! You'll make me blush. She rubbed the coin thoughtfully. I was given this for my work in Istanbul, you know. I made a very special automaton. I think it works as a driver now, on the route up from Izmir. I think that's right. An automaton who can drive? Of course. Is that so strange? I could only shrug. Who knows what is normal in this modern world? So does this mean I probably discovered another route as a result of this? Hopefully a useful one? I looked about me once more. Crowds of tourists jostled and heaved past, their eyes wide with wonder. Well, I mean, as long as we've got the time, and we appear to have the time... I headed towards the red and purple tents of the Artificers Guild, draped with banners emblazoned with their copper lily sigil. A steam-powered automaton orchestra played gleaming brass instruments. Let's go over here. I'm not that interested in the orchestra. It had the most incredible display of machines, as though a scrapyard had been brought to playful life. One of the artificers... The guild's credo? Nah, let's talk about the good stuff. Had his hands deep inside a human-shaped automaton, rummaging through its clockwork innards. He took out a piece of engraved glass and peered at it with a jeweler's lope. Dashed thing! He cursed in upper-class English tones, and then looked up. Oh, hello. I guess I didn't mean to interrupt, but that sounds like it'll turn off the conversation. So let's go here. What are you doing? What? Oh. He waved the glass shard dismissively. I'm trying to build an automaton that can cook, you see, but it's not going well. He looked mournful. This one can't even fry a chip. Aw, don't shut him down that quickly. I want to live the dream. Let's have automatons that can do everything. How long have you been trying? I asked. It's been a dream of mine ever since I was a young lad at boarding school. That's why I became an artificer. The wistful tone dropped into horror. The things old Mrs. Parsons could do to a cabbage. The tender stomachs of Britain's youth would be much safer in mechanical hands. Oh, let's talk about French cooks. All right, we could be a nationalist. Perhaps they should simply hire French cooks, I suggested with a little wink. A French cook, eh? The artificer stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Good thought, old chap. Perhaps I'll go and find myself a cook to model my automaton upon. The artificer smiled. Well, I definitely want him to succeed at this point. I wished him well in his culinary endeavors. He was, at least, in the right city to find a cook. And returned to the center of the exposition, my ears ringing with the bombastic tunes of the steam orchestra. My feet were tiring, and the hour was growing late. I returned to Monsieur Fogg, who was eating a meal of plain boiled beef à l'anglaise. Did you enjoy the exposition? My master inquired diffidently. Did you enjoy the exposition? My master inquired diffidently. Am I mispronouncing it? I don't know. Artificer? Artificer? I'm pretty sure it's a real word. As though I had been out visiting an aged great-aunt. Having preferred a heart... I don't really know where any of this is going. This is like... I'm being a little snarky, like he just doesn't understand me. And this is like emphasizing the difference between him and me. Like I want to go out and he wants to sit around. I'm just gonna nod, whatever. You do whatever you want, buddy. You're paying me. And I nodded. Oh man. Well, let's talk about our travel plans, shall we? Will we travel by airship, do you suppose? I asked. I think it highly likely, he replied. They are expensive, but extremely fast. Artificer Artificer, I think. Artificer, not Artificer, which is, like, it's going to take me a while to get used to that, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Actually, the latest set that came out is, like, centered on artifacts and stuff. It's called Kaladesh. There's artificers all over the place. I dreamed that night of mechanical wonders and automatons with beautifully enameled faces, knowing little of the strange inventions and stranger peoples I would soon encounter in my journey around the world. Your character is now dependable. Yes! We've earned a character trait! Hopefully that's good. Ah, we did! We discovered the Izmir to Istanbul route. How lucky. You seem quite a handy man to have around. Alright, hang on. I wanna... Oh, man. I want to look at the map, though. I don't... What is this shenanigans? I just want to look at the routes. Valeting! Remarkable! Relations with fog. Tense. Huh. So we have this route that we just learned about. Alright, cool. Tense, eh? Hotel. Plan? Oh, that's the button I was looking for. How do we get to here? Do we need to explore more? We might need to explore more. This departs tomorrow. This... Oh, you can actually see where it is. Oh, fascinating. What an interface. Alright, cool. How do I get back? How do I get back? 15 players. Oh, these are other people playing the game? Amazing. Alright, back into Paris. I guess we go to the hotel. I can't really explore more, can I? Alright, hotel. We'll pass the night here. Yeah, bank in the morning. We took a hotel for the night. We will be comfortable here, Monsieur Fogg remarked, but traveling overnight will often be more efficient. So we must board the longest journeys available? Perhaps, he replied, the short answer indicating, I think, that one-day journeys might often be more flexible in their timing, and could allow for more connections. Still, the surrounds of the Hotel Ritz were most enjoyable. Our funds will be ready to collect when the bank opens. Tapping the clock will skip time forwards. Oh, that's neat. 1 hour, yep. Click for an hour, that's useful. Let's go get funds! We returned to the bank at opening time to collect our funds, and then we were ready to proceed once more. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, okay, so now we have options. Munich is £1.70. Nice departs in 2 days. Departs tomorrow. Departs before 5 a.m. Let's... We kind of know a few things about this route. So maybe we want to take this route? Just because I'm kind of familiar with it? So even though it takes more time, I think this departure could be discussed. Alright, let's talk about it. The Englishman's wardrobe should yield results. Oh, nice. Most generous! No charge. Fantastic. Departs for Nice tomorrow at 10 a.m. Cool. So now we have... Ah. No, because we want to take this route, right? To Nice? The next departure leaves tomorrow. To travel this way, we will have to stay the night. Alright, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't want to take that route, and... like, I want to be able to take advantage of the stuff that we learned down here. So I guess I could go to the market for now and see what there is to see? Oh, we have an extra... we could get an extra suitcase. Is anything valuable in Nice? This is worth... Huh. That's so awesome that it tells me that. Part of the valeting set. 4 pounds per 100 days? Is that what that means? 6 pounds. I don't understand. Well, are we going to Berlin? I think we can arrange going to Berlin, can't we? We're going that direction, right? Where is Berlin? We're not going that direction at all. Berlin's over here. Man, would be great if I knew geography. Back into the market. So that's not particularly useful. Copenhagen, Warsaw, and Budapest. Part of the Gentleman Traveler set. It's cheap, though. 4 pounds. Is that 400 pounds, then? We'll need another case as well. What is that per 100? Copenhagen, Warsaw, and Budapest. That's probably not worth getting, because I don't think we're going to be going that way. This might be worth getting. Copenhagen, Warsaw, and Budapest. Are we going to be going in those directions at all? Not really. Like, the plan is to go down here, and then across to Athens, right? Warsaw, Copenhagen's up here. Yeah, we're not going south. Okay, so the rest doesn't matter. I'm cool. We're cool. Need to open the luggage and go back to Paris. Alright. Let's hotel it. We'll pass the night here. Accurate. With what remained of the day... I mean... take care of the man, right? I starched the collars of our shirts to better ready us for our inevitable departure. Well, let's depart. How do I depart? I want to go here. Embark! Yes. This guard's van has space for 5 suitcases. Oh, I have to keep track of how much I'm taking! Oh, no. Oh, okay. We boarded our train at Gare de Lyon, which had opened only the previous week. Heh. Yeah, let's talk more about Automaton, man. The ticket booths were all staffed by automata, and cylinder phonographs installed throughout the station played La Merce... I don't know enough French to be able to say this. Marseillais? Probably Marseillais or something like that. Well, whatever it is. Played this song in triumph. We found a compartment and settled into plush seats, with a complimentary glass of Provençal rosé to grace the trip. How nationalist do I want to be to my English master? I raised my glass to Monsieur Fogg. He tipped his own glass towards me courteously, but left the wine within untasted until dinner was served. Try and converse? Alright, let's try and converse. I do like talking. Greetings, monsieur. Good afternoon. My name is Alfred Dumont. The French national anthem? Okay, good to know. That is a useful fact. Yeah, let's talk about Nice, shall we? What can you tell me of Nice? Well, there is a regular private car service from Nice to Venice, but the journey is a tiring one. I'm looking at getting from Nice to Rome. I want to get to Athens, right? Is there a route from Nice to Luxor? I doubt it. But tell me, I've worked this line since it opened. We're seeing more famous people these days. Is that so? Indeed. You and Monsieur Fogg are the most famous, of course. That's all we got. Okay, great. What else do you know about Nice? Nice used to be quite run down, you know. Let's talk about Rome. We have a timetable for routes from Nice to Rome. You mentioned steamships. Have I mentioned steamships? I don't think I've mentioned steamships. I've been told my mother had quite an adventure aboard the Western Flower, from Waltaire to Madras. Where do I want to go? Oh my god. Anywhere. Is it possible to go from Rome to Alexandria? Have you heard that you can pick up bolts of pure silk in Alexandria? You can sell for profit in Agra? Amazing. I'm not convinced that that's actually something I want. Do tell me more about Alexandria. You might be interested that you can pick up Egyptian-carved scarabs in Alexandria that will sell for a fortune in Dubai. Ah, well, thank you. I don't understand how any of this works. Alright, cool. The hours flew by, and I spent them in conversation, hoping to find options for our next journey. Learning from a somewhat frenetic Viennese ragamuffin that the steamer journey from Aswan to Khartoum down the Nile was beautiful, but it seemed painfully slow. The train rattled on, arriving to Nice late in the evening. We stepped out to balmy autumn weather and a gentle murmur in the air. Ah, my friends, the sea! It's random. All the stuff that I might be able to discover. Some of our possessions could earn us well here. Well, not at 10 p.m. Pass the night. The long pebbled beaches of Nice were filled with Italians of one sort or another. Oh, yeah, well, alright. Let's not engage, shall we? A few selling sweet pastries which tasted of almond and butter. I munched contentedly while I strolled along the promenade, watching the ships come and go from the harbor. Since being ceded back to the bosom Francois, Nice had become a bustling hub of activity. Boats plied the waters daily, and there was talk of building a tram to link the hotels to the beaches and the casinos. Yeah, let's go chat. I found a sailor to talk to and asked for advice about how we should proceed. He shrugged. There's cars to Venice, and the boat to Rome. Depends where you want to go, of course. Which would you recommend? He frowned. Well, I wouldn't go to Rome if I were you. The people there aren't quite right, if you know what I mean. Is this really the kind of person you want to be? What is wrong with them? He mimed a chopping motion I did not understand. Hi-ya! Probably not like that, but refused to say more. I thanked him and moved along. Let's take a look at one of the casinos. Why not? I approached one of the glitzy casinos, thinking I could perhaps earn a little money, but it seemed that Nice had gone up a long way in the world, and I was refused admission. Gentlemen and ladies only, the doorman said. No one of the lower classes. Unreal. I'm not really that invested in gambling. Pass. I had no time for his high standards, so I went elsewhere. Well, as long as I have the options, let's do the things. I returned to the beach to dip in the ocean, thinking this might perhaps be my last chance to swim by choice, rather than, say, by the unfortunate sinking of some cockleshell craft in the Azores, or wherever we might end up. The water was warm and welcoming. I had a very enjoyable time, until I returned to the shore to find my wallet no longer inside my shoes. I eyed the beach for likely suspects, and then noticed a young girl moving rather shiftily from parasol to parasol. I stalked her until I saw her dip into another pile of discarded clothing, and then, dear friends, I pounced like a cat, knocking her rather painfully down onto the pebbles. I recovered far more than I had lost from what flew from her pockets, but she fought like a demon and got away. A family of holidaymakers gave me a look of horror before hurrying their small children in the other direction. Whatever, they're gone, I don't care about them anymore. I brushed myself down and tried to recover some dignity. A difficult task when one has sand in all sorts of undignified places. Man, what a story. My feet were tired. I murmured my goodbyes to the sea, and, I knew, to France, and returned to my somewhat difficult master. Oh, my funds have gone up a little. How lucky! Alright, we're going to the market. Although I guess we should explore? Let's go to the market first. I don't think we're waiting on the bank. I think we're moving on. Atlantic timetable. Routes for transport across the Atlantic will be visible on the globe. Brazilian snuff, of interest to luxurious and prim types. Leather braces. Valuable in Thessaloniki, Sofia, and Izmir. I don't know where any of those places are! Sure, let's look at more. One out of 100. So that cost me 2. Oh. Is that 1 per day? Is that how that works? Let's take the cloak, I guess. New routes discovered. Really? Day 97. We cannot afford more fuel. Oh man. That could be me, you guys. It's so fascinating seeing where other people have gotten. Well, let's explore and see where we can get to. Maybe there's an overnight trip we can take. I took a few hours to explore, investigating the various options for how we might continue our journey. Well, let's see what our options are now. I can... Departs at 4. Departs before 5. Arrives today. Arrives tomorrow. By steamboat or by car? I guess I want to go to Rome. Like, I think I can get from Rome to Athens. Oh, I know I can get from Venice to Athens. Alright, let's do that then. Cost me some... 2 suitcases. Okay. The open road. This promises to be a bothersome experience. Well, let's do it. By Bozic car. Here we go. Man, this is awful. This is already awful. Oh, fascinating. Okay, that's probably worth doing. The journey across the mountains was glorious, and the sun beat down upon us and made us feel lofty as kings. Let's stay upbeat, yeah? But the finest thing about the trip was the car. What a magnificent contraption! Levers to move, wheels to go round and round. I delighted in its every bump and judder. Greetings, Mademoiselle Mabel. I don't normally talk to my passengers. The route from Venice to Athens is timetabled. You mentioned boats. I've been told one can sail by fishing boat from Manama to Muscat, but the journey is a tiring one. Are we going to Izmir? I guess we'll go to Izmir. The route from Athens to Izmir is timetabled. More about boats. From Muscat to Karachi. Where do I want to go? Oh, let's see if I can go to Alexandria. Is it possible to travel from Izmir to Alexandria? I don't know, but listen. Alexandria is being rebuilt, stone by stone, it seems. But answer me this. Am I going too fast for you? No, not at all. No, mademoiselle. Go as fast as you can. Alright, let's go back to Izmir. The Ottoman inventor Hayyan al-Safa died in Izmir. Can we get to Tehran this way? How would I know? Only some buyers will pay well for woolen cloaks from Tehran. Tell me more about Tehran. I know that collectors in Benares will pay fantastic amounts for astrolabes from Tehran. Wonderful! These conversations are so, like, random and non sequitur. Like, I don't understand what any of the like, how is that a conversation? It's like, I'm saying a thing, and then she's saying a thing, and they're completely irrelevant to each other, and... I mean, at least it gives me more information about routes, I guess? The road was not long. By midday, we had crested the mountains, and our journey down was almost steam-free. I relished the fresh air, and I could see my master did as well. And then there was the Adriatic Sea, sparkling as though encrusted with jewels. Thoughts of grimy London flew from my head. This was the life! In short, the car did not explode, and we were rowed across the gulf to the city of canals. The lamps were just being lit, and we lost ourselves in the narrow, winding alleys, enjoying the smells of grilling fish and red wine, and the sparkle of glass from shop windows. This was a pretty place we had arrived in indeed. Your relationship with Fogg has improved slightly. Fantastic! Question about how to get to a city. Here's a random fact about that city, I guess. But it's like, you know, I'm asking like, hey, is there a route from Izmir to Tehran? And she's like, I don't know, but I've heard about boats. Let me tell you about boats. I didn't say anything about boats. I mean, like, I guess I don't mind, but it's not like any conversation I've had. Well, Venice ho! It seems we can complete our gentleman traveler set here for protection against uncomfortable conditions. Fantastic! I guess I can plan for a bit. So we can go Athens to Izmir, and then what do we know? We kind of want to get to Suez, really, if we can get down here to Bombay. How do we get to Suez? Bucharest by night. It is hardly Paris. Man, all of these things that other people are saying, this is fascinating. A cursed dagger! Wow, okay, let's not go to Baghdad. Okay, so really we want to get to Alexandria, because presumably we can get from Alexandria to Suez. Can I go from Athens to... this is where I want to go. This trip right here. Arrives Wednesday. I'd rather think this departure could be altered. Well, let's talk about it. Through ungentlemanly behavior. Oh, wow. I don't know about this. If I pay £660, it'll depart sooner. Do I really want to do that? Thoroughly ungentlemanly behavior. I'll pass. That just means I wait. Like, I'm willing to save the £600 in order to save a day, in order to, like, by spending a day. Like, that doesn't hurt me too much. Alright, time to go to the hotel. Let's take a rest. Because we want to go to the market here. I was walking along a canal side in Venice when I found myself in the midst of a group of revelers. They wore a fabulous array of masks, some beak-nosed, others brightly feathered, and even some spun of fine glittering wire. Well, I mean, let's just dive in, right? Everything is exciting! I bowed in greeting and gave them such a surprise that one tripped, turned, and then tumbled into the canal. Her friends seemed drunkenly unconcerned, and fell about in pealing laughter as the woman cursed and thrashed in the dark water. Well, nothing for it. I guess I have to be the hero. I dove to the rescue, reaching her in a few strokes. Zut alors! The water was cold. She kicked and fought as I hauled her to a nearby flight of steps. Fiammetta is a daughter of the canal, one of her friends put in. You should have left her in it. Another drunken youth agreed. It's the only time she bathes. Oh, well then. Fiammetta coughed and choked as I hauled her from the water. I don't think I'm a gentleman. I looked her over. Her mask was long gone and her fine clothes ruined, but her eyes gleamed. Who are you? She demanded, seeming to see me for the first time. Her friends made various kissing noises, and suggested a variety of improbable roles for me. A clown, one said. No, no, another interjected. An agent of the Pope! Yet another added, sotto voce, Fiammetta's foreign lover! Which caused them all to laugh, as Fiammetta cursed them with admirable thoroughness. She's fine. I introduced myself with a bow, the effect only a little ruined by the dripping. Passepartout at your service. And what manner of creature are you, Senor Passepartout? She demanded. Well, I mean, I could go valet. It's not that I'm proud of it, but, you know, it's good work. I think traveler is really where I want to be. I am a traveler. Oh, so a man who is rootless, and has no love of his nation. She replied dismissively. You are what is wrong with the world. Her friends laughed and I bristled. No, let's keep this going. I'm not going to say bye. You are very rude, I observed. Do not mind Fiammetta, her friend remarked softly. She is angry because of her work, and because of what happened to her brother. What happened to her brother? Sophos happened to him. Fiammetta interjected, scowling. "And now that blasted Greek is joined with the Scuola." "What is the Scuola?" She looked shocked at my ignorance. "It is what the artificers of Venice call themselves. They control everything in Italy these days." She spat into the canal. "If you chance to take the airship from Rome to Athens, you might meet Signor Sophos. Put a knife in his heart before he takes yours." "I will give him your love," I promised ambiguously. "Hey, Shadowed Mage, how's it going?" Fiammetta laughed darkly, and one of her friends took her arm. "Leave such thoughts for another night," he advised, pulling her away. I returned to Monsieur Fogg, still somewhat damp. "Ah, but now I've heard about a thing from Rome to Athens, which is kind of what I wanted, except I'm already in Venice, so it doesn't matter?" Alright, what have we got on the market? So we're saying that we can sell this. We want to keep... We want part of the Gentleman Traveler set? Yeah, get in there. And I think we also want the hairbrush for the rest of the valeting set. That seems important. Carnival mask is worth $1 million in Antalya. Routes for shipping around Greece and Turkey will be visible on the globe. Do I want a railway cap? I don't think so. I don't think I want that either. How will I get to Antalya? Hang on. Let's see where Antalya is. Our completed Gentleman Traveler set should protect against uncomfortable conditions and help us negotiate times of upper-class journeys. Oh, convenient. Let's plan? Where's plan? I guess I have to explore first? Alright, let's explore. Also, where the heck is Antalya? I was waiting my turn at a gondola rank near the Rialto Bridge when a gondolier from across the canal waved frantically to catch my attention. "Monsieur, I will take you!" "Oh, really? It's my girl, Fiammetta!" I recognized that voice. Mon Dieu! It was the very woman I had pulled from the canal the night before! I waved her over, having tired of waiting in line. She made a sharp turn through the water, earning the ire of several other boatmen who had to swerve to avoid her. "Fiammetta!" The booking agent who ran the rank shook his fist in her direction. "Leave my customers alone!" "You deserve no customers, Zorzi!" Fiammetta shouted back, ignoring me entirely. Was it possible she did not remember me? "Those creatures of yours are not gondoliers. They know nothing of the soul of Venice." I did not understand her meaning until I peered at one of the gondolas in the rank. Parbleu! Was that actually, like, a real interjection in French or whatever? It's such a weird word. The oarsmen at the stern were machines of extraordinary beauty. Their bodies made of inlaid copper and azure Venetian glass, their faces covered by fine feathered Carnival masks. Southern Turkey. Oh man, am I going that way? I think I'm trying to go around the south. I guess I'm not going north. "Signor, my automaton gondoliers are the pride of Venice!" Zorzi insisted breathlessly as he reached me. "They are guaranteed safe by the Scuola, our local artificers' guild. Fiammetta here is a troublemaker." From the water, Fiammetta called, "I am a true gondolier!" I nodded and stepped, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Into Fiammetta's gondola. "I like trouble," I told Zorzi with a shrug. "Well, you're not wrong." Fiammetta gave him a perfectly executed mocking curtsy as we pulled away. No mean feat while also holding an oar and balancing on the prow of the low craft. Zorzi supported the Risorgimento, the Italian unification, Fiammetta told me as she pushed us forward. Now he is a bootlicker of the Scuola, and dabbles in their infernal mechanicals. "Why do you hate automata?" I asked curiously. "I do not hate them. I fear them." Wow. That's remarkably, what's the word I'm looking for? Introspective? Knowledgeable about oneself? Forthcoming, maybe, is the word I'm looking for? "They are soulless. The Pope has declared them abominations, and yet they roam the streets and canals of Venice." Do continue. She took a deep breath. It is an open secret that the Scuola run Italy, in all but name. The king is their puppet. We are a kingdom run by artificers. Is that so bad? How do I feel about religion? I mean, I'm generally in favor of the automatons. I for one welcome our new robot overlords. Is that so bad? I wondered aloud. Progress is progress, surely. She spat into the water. The gondola slid onward. Yeah, I kind of over Fiammetta, if this is going to be all of her dialogue. I turned to look at the scenery, letting Fiammetta's words fade away. We rode past palazzos and Gothic churches, each more grand than the last. Fiammetta giving me a potted history of Venice in her own idiosyncratic style. Sure, tell me what I've learned. It seemed the foundations were being fitted with water pumps to push water downwards, and thereby lift the city up. The Scuola will make Venice into a ship, Fiammetta told me. No doubt they will sail it around the world to make war. I'm not convinced about the science of this. That doesn't seem like an actual thing. When will it be ready? Perhaps in 200 years. Nothing is built quickly around here. Ooh, I'm courageous. That's nice. That's where I want to be. You can manage another case, can't you, Passepartout? Right. So I wanted to plan. Well, what even was I looking for? Antalya? So that's up here somewhere. Oh, over here. Yeah, dude, that's way north of where I think I want to go. Well, I don't know about way north. That's actually, like, on the route. I guess I could go from Athens to Antalya or from Athens to Alexandria. Maybe it's worth it. Alright, let's try that. I still want to go here. We can head down to Antalya. That's the same thing. Actually, yeah, tomorrow's fine. Let's go tomorrow. In the meantime, though, this thing that sells for a bunch in Antalya is a thing I want. And I don't need this anymore, you're saying? I can just toss it? While I rearrange things more optimally. That mask is truly horrifying. Please put it away. Alright. Tomorrow at 11. We cannot go this way today. Yep. But tomorrow at 11 is when it'll happen. Alright. Let's go nap, shall we? As night fell... Let's get closer to our master, shall we? I afforded my master every service, ensuring he was comfortable. Oh, and I got more hearts out of it! Yes! Relations with Fogg have improved slightly. Is that, like, noted anywhere? You're quite the flamboyant type, I see. I wouldn't put it that way. Oh my god, 22 hearts? And I can't even take my extra bag! Oh god. How to manage this? I would have to get rid of something. I guess the altimeter. Keep the rest of it. So if I try to embark, what happens? Hire extra space. Huh. For £6? I'll pay £6. Sweltering heat and mild seas. This promises to be a wearisome route, but the Gentleman Traveler set should make my master more comfortable. Ha-ha! Value! Alright. We're good. Let's do the thing. We left Italy directly, boarding a ferry to take us to Athens via the port of Petra on the east coast. East Coast. Well, let's talk to people while we're here. What is your wish, master? Passepartout, there you are. Let's talk about... health? Athens? Let's talk about Athens. What have you learned about Athens? All anyone knows about Athens is its ancient history. Izmir? Did you discover anything in the paper about Izmir? I've nothing against you personally, Passepartout, but I rarely talk to servants. Wow. How are you feeling, monsieur? I am in roaring health, but we must make haste! Yeah, it didn't really get me anywhere. I thought I was going to be able to talk to somebody else. The boat was crowded, with little room for luggage or perambulation. But with plenty of characters! Ha! Well, I know where my feelings lie. I fell into broad conversation with a man named Monsieur Mikos, who worked in Venice, but was affianced to an Italian girl from a small village in Anatolia. It is best to marry outside of one's own, I tell you, he enthused, for we are all citizens of the world now, are we not? I'm back and forth on this. Like, I don't know if I want to be super nationalist or not. Ah, but you do not know the men and women of Paris, I replied wistfully. They are without compare. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. Really? Why? I guess, my boy Fogg really likes the Parisians. Greetings, Monsieur Mikos. Passepartout, my good friend. Tell me about Athens. I'm told all anyone knows about Athens is its ancient history. I knew a woman who always wanted to travel aboard the Aegean ferry from Athens to Izmir. Well, I'm sure that that's real. Tell me about Alexandria. Oh, I want to know about Antalya. From Athens to Alexandria? Nope. To Antalya? Here's something I do know. Antalya is one of the most beautiful places on Earth. That's not helpful. Alright, well, at least I know how to get to Izmir now. I guess from Izmir I can go to Antalya. The ferry plowed on through the sun-dappled waters. I spent my time aboard, waiting on my master's needs? I guess. Yeah, alright. But I really want to learn more about the possibility of getting to Antalya. That's actually pretty important. In conversation, hoping to gather information for our next journey, and I picked up from a remarkably energetic Slavic gentleman that it was the military who controlled the airships out of Rome. Interesting. As evening drew in, the boat turned towards the hovering coastline, and we docked at Patras, where a small fleet of chuffing cars waited to take us across to Athens. Wow, we came out way ahead on that. I thought that was going to be really... The top hat could earn us well here. Really? So do we know how to get to Antalya yet? We really don't. I guess we need to explore. And I can't explore now. Well, that's not a thing I'm doing. Oh, I'm in Athens right now. Okay. So I'm going to Izmir. Departs tomorrow, before 7 p.m. Alright. The Ottoman inventor Hayyan al-Safa died in Izmir. Okay. So this is just stuff that I've heard. Fascinating. Okay, I can't do anything right now, so... Hotel! Look at my boy Fogg, doing well! My master was not, as a rule, particularly interested in the fabulous locales and exotic cities we journeyed through. Athens was the exception that proved the rule. His sudden interest was not limited to the city. He fixed me with a look. Do you speak Greek? Well, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want me to be overly familiar, so I'm just going to say yes. I did, though I will not go into the circumstances of how exactly I came to learn the tongue here. Mais oui, monsieur, I smiled sharply, repeating a few of the phrases I had, shall we say, picked up. Monsieur Fogg blushed vermilion. That, Passepartout, he cleared his throat, is a very specialized vocabulary. Despite my master's grasp of ancient Greek, the demotic variant more commonly spoken on the streets eluded him. We were reduced to asking for directions through a combination of mime, moi, apposite quotations from Homer, my master, and half-remembered flattery, moi encore. We picked our way through the labyrinthine streets of the Plaka, and up to the Acropolis. I watched Monsieur Fogg as he looked upon the Parthenon's magnificent columns. Though his lips did not so much as twitch, he looked, for a brief moment, joyous. "I knew it! I knew that under that icy exterior and Englishman's reserve lurked a soul. It was impossible to feign such joy." As we stood admiring the architecture, I was rudely knocked into by a small man with thick glasses. I caught his arm in case he should fall, and he smiled. And he thanked me quickly. My apologies," he murmured. "Too occupied by the sight, perhaps?" I suggested cheerfully, and the man smiled. "I have seen it many times before, though yes, it is most impressive." He put out his hand to shake. "Dmitri Sophos. I am the owner of a, modest shipping freight company based here." Wow! What are the odds? I blinked in surprise. Was this the man the drunken Fiammetta had been so angry about? He seemed thoroughly harmless to me. "Then perhaps you can help us. We are going around the world." Sophos smiled and pulled a pamphlet from his jacket that detailed the routes and timings of his company. The one of most interest was a boat sailing to Cairo, which was leaving the next day. I thanked him, though it seemed unlikely we would take it. He beamed and wobbled away. "A man with sea legs," I observed. Monsieur Fogg, still gazing longingly at the Parthenon, did not reply. I doubt he noted a word of the entire exchange. Okay, so we know how to get from Antalya to Beirut, which is presumably important. But really, we need to know how to get from either here to Antalya or from Izmir to Antalya. Depart before 7. I can handle that. We got time. So let's go to the market. We've learned everything that we need to know from this, so we can sell it, presumably. The top hat sells well here, but I kind of like having this set. That seems really useful. Part of the Urban Traveler set. Part of the Russian Gentleman's Wardrobe set. Worth 7,000 in Ha'il. Valuable in Thessaloniki, Cairo, and Novorossiysk. I don't think we're going to any of those places. Where's Thessaloniki? Up here. Yeah, we're not going to any of those places. Elastic wallet. An unstealable wallet attached to the inside of the pocket by elastic. The real question is whether or not I want to keep this, and I think the answer is no. This is small, though. Whatever. I'll keep it till it seems like I can't. Oh, I can't. I guess I can explore? I've got time. It's just before 7. New routes discovered. What is that shenanigans? I spent a few hours in exploration, learning ways in which we might travel onward. Alright, we're still going here, though. Let's go! The Gentleman Traveler set should be of some assistance! Man, I'm getting such mileage out of this Gentleman Traveler set. We boarded the daily ferry across the Aegean Sea, and then sat out on the deck enjoying the sunshine, getting some much-needed rest. Hey! Who are we chatting with? I am at your service, Monsieur Fogg. How are our funds? We are quite comfortable. What do you know about Izmir? Really, I couldn't talk to you anything about it. That's not how that sentence works. Have you discovered anything in the Times concerning Istanbul? Istanbul is the only city in the world to straddle 2 continents. Very good. Useless. This is fun. I don't know. There's a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of, like, stuff to go through and stuff to read. I don't know whether this is something that I would play on my own, but I think it's definitely well suited to the stream. Other passengers milled around, talking loudly and drinking ouzo, chilled by chips of ice carved from blocks in the hold of the ship. Yeah, alright. I kept a close eye on our possessions. This place had the air of a souk that might be teeming with cut purses. Halfway through the day, I saw Mikos, my friend from the boat from Venice. He waved from halfway up a steam stack where he was working. I waved back, and distracted him! He lost his grip and tumbled over the side. I shouted for help, pointing into the water as Mikos bobbed under the wake and then resurfaced some distance away. An alarm was sounded. The boat lurched to a slow halt, then turned, and began to creep back through the water. Men with long hooks leant over the sides with great concern. I demanded to know if he would be all right. "Oh yes," one of the sailors assured me. "This happens all the time, and the water is quite warm. So long as the sharks do not find him first, of course." Sharks! Yes, you know, big fish, long noses, lots of teeth. If you'll excuse me. He returned to his task. Several hours passed, and finally the call went up. Mikos had been sighted, and no sharks in sight. He was hauled up onto deck where he shivered but smiled. "Passepartout, you dog!" he called out. "Were you trying to kill me?" "You should be more careful," I called back, and he nodded. That I should. I could see the captain of the boat watching us and making a mental note, and I suddenly felt terribly sorry for Mikos. But looking next at Monsieur Fogg's face, I saw something of a similar calculation going on there. What does that mean? "Greetings, Monsieur Mikos!" I don't care about Izmir to Istanbul. "I've told the Ottoman inventor Hayyan al-Safa died in Izmir. I could tell you about a time. Antalya!" "No, I want to go to Antalya! Why are you doing this to me?" "Alright, how about Alexandria?" "Is there a route from Izmir to Alexandria?" "Thank you, I have enjoyed our chat. See, this is what I'm talking about." Worthless. Really? I can't get to Antalya from here? Who are these people? Fogg. "Ah, a close shave. Superb." Yes! Oh man, I got all the goods! I can bring up hearts for days! The boat moved on through the water, making up for lost time. But with the shoreline highly treacherous, we had been forced to anchor overnight. Really? Monsieur Fogg was unsurprisingly somewhat agitated. "Let us hope your friendliness will not cost us too dearly," he remarked before sweeping away into town. Oh. Well. Rip. The hairbrush would sell efficiently here. I don't want to sell the hairbrush. I want to get to Antalya. Maybe from Istanbul. Departs in 2 days. Oh man. We do not have many options. Alright, we're hoteling. We'll pass the night here. The port of Smyrna, or Izmir as the locals called it, was the gateway to Ottoman trade with Europe. The British and French had their own consulates and private quays, but there were also Dutch and Venetian flags amongst the fleets of trade ships and dirigibles. I roamed the dock, inquiring into onward passage from the fishermen and merchants, but with little success, until I began to tell a desperate story of how my master and I were on the run from my master's cruel step-uncle, who was demanding that Monsieur Fogg marry his cousin, in a match that could not be countenanced. I do not think they entirely believed my tale, but they enjoyed it well enough, and one gestured towards his trawler. "I'll take you," he grumbled. "I sail to Antalya tomorrow." Yahtzee! I told him we would return first thing, and took my leave as the moon rose. A sailor played a tune on a lyre, while his compatriots sang along. It was a beautiful night in Izmir. Got there! Alright, let's do it. Fishing trawler. Man, what a trip. We boarded a small boat that smelled of various kinds of fish, and which put out from port at first light. Would wait? Balloonist kidnappers exposed at World's Fair! Who? It's a good thing I didn't take that trip! I could have been a fisherman. The slow glint of the waves that could lull one to sleep if the fish themselves weren't so damn slippery. The free-flowing beer that greases the line. The pleasant work of skinning and gutting the catch as it lands on deck before it can flop away. Yes, I could have been a fisherman, but sadly I had the misfortune to become an acrobat at an early age, and after that a valet. Man, my history is incredible! When I finally left the deck and went below to attend my faster, he merely averted his nostrils, declaring, "Passepartout, you smell of fish." Ah, the winding paths our lives take. Relations with Fogg have deteriorated slightly. This keeps happening, but at least we're now suave. I mean, that's something. Right? Maybe? Maybe that's something? I have no idea what that is. I don't know if it's good or bad. Alright, let's see what we can do. Oh yeah, a shaped mustache. Excellent. Gonna give him the comb. We rounded the coast of Turkey, clinging to the shore. We saw several other boats plying the waters. Some fishing vessels, some ferries. I asked one of the fishermen about them, and he shrugged a grizzled shrug. Busy little place, this. Water's the quickest way to anywhere. Except the airships, another put in. But they're all private from Antalya. You can't get aboard unless you know the right people. A few hours later, we were on dry land once more. A bath, Monsieur Fogg murmured. I must have a bath. Pretty early in the day once we got here. The Carnivale mask could earn us well here. Indeed, it could. So, let's sell it for roughly $1 million. So this says 3/100D, and it's actually costing me 3. Okay, good. Hello? New routes discovered. Seems like you have made an excellent trade. I agree entirely. This is what I wanted. Oh, spectacular. Man, look at it go. Get all kinds of places. Go to the market again? Eastern spices. Do I want this? Valuable in Ha'il, Alexandria, and Beirut. I think those are a lot of places we're not going. Alexandria, Baghdad, and Tehran. Again, a lot of places we're not going. Maybe we'll go to Beirut, actually. Baghdad? Oh, maybe we'll go to Baghdad. This route south is interesting, but we could make much better time if we go over land this way. Huh, maybe it's worth picking some of that stuff up. Oh no, the market closed! I missed it! Jerks. Alright, I guess we're staying in the hotel. We'll pass the night here. I spent my afternoon rambling around Kalisi, the historical center of Antalya, which was where I happened upon a group of Turkish dockhands unloading crates of Venetian goods into a warehouse flying the French flag. They had a passable grasp of French, no doubt a prerequisite of working for their French employer, one Monsieur Fontaine. Though we've never met him, one of them added bitterly. Keep talking. Tell me stuff. Is he a good employer? I asked politely, simply to make small talk. Alas, my innocent inquiry was not taken as such. Why do you ask? A dockhand fired back, crossing his arms. Perhaps you are Monsieur Fontaine. I don't think so. My name is Passepartout, I protested. A likely story, was their retort. That is not even a real name! Well, okay. A most hurtful accusation. I mean, I guess if they're gonna believe that I'm Fontaine, maybe I'll pretend to be Fontaine. So I revenged myself by threatening to cut their pay. They apologized quickly. I gave a booming laugh, the sort the Monsieur Fontaine of my imaginings would boom. Alas, behind his bluff exterior, he had only recently suffered heartbreak. Edith, his wife of 20 years, had perished in a mysterious fire in our villa upon the Black Sea. Thus was I ensconced in my role. I spent a cheerful, if deceptive, afternoon getting to know my employees and inspecting the merchandise. They cracked open a crate to reveal a treasure trove of Venetian glass, glittering blue-green in the Anatolian sun. As much as I enjoy pretending to be Fontaine, I don't think I want to be stealing his stuff. So, like this glass, I too have come from Venice, I remarked, though my journey was perhaps less comfortable. I took my leave as quickly as possible, for they began demanding a pay rise from me, and made my way back to my own, equally mysterious employer. What? What? Ha! Why? Why? This does not make sense. Relations with Fogg have improved slightly. Why? Come on! I guess suddenly I have, like, a little bit more empathy for Fogg and what Fogg has to go through, the trials and tribulations of having employees and needing to pay them money. I don't... my god. Sure, whatever. Alright, let's explore. Ooh, we figured out how to get to Beirut. That is, in fact, important. No! The route disappeared! By selling the thing, the routes disappeared! Oh, no. Oh. Alright, well, now we know. Because I knew that that route was there by picking up the other shipping thing. Man. Alright. I walked the streets a while, discovering the possibilities for how we might make progress. I need to find out what the baggage restrictions are on this particular route to Beirut. 3. Excellent. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Alright. So we can, in fact, afford to have more stuff. Like all of this stuff. Which will sell well in the places we are likely going to. Alright, that's all we can do. Now we're staying at the hotel again. Before retiring... He's doing fine. Let's go out and explore a little. I went out to explore it a little, but found nothing of any great interest. Oh, well. More's the pity. Alright, time to get out of here. Let's go! -6 and +8? Dude! Doesn't even cost us anything. The Nefertiti was a tall-masted Egyptian clipper that sailed around the coastline from Antalya all the way to Alexandria. Yeah, let's talk to people. It's alright, it's alright. I mean, I probably would have had to have gotten rid of some other stuff anyway, in order to make it on the fishing vessel, so, you know. I asked the skipper if he had considered longer voyages, via the Suez Canal, but he only laughed. The fees, young man, are quite extortionate. How extortionate? I asked. He gave me a pointed look. You will not buy me or my boat, he replied, if that is your intention. My liberty is worth more coin than you have. I nodded, and we did not pursue the conversation further. Welp. Greetings, Captain. Passepartout, come join me. We want to get to Cairo. One can also travel this way to Cairo, I understand. Speaking of boats, I understand you can get to Beijing from Vladivostok aboard the Jaking. But the fare is very high. From here, where do I want to go? Suez? I think I want to go to Suez. One can drive by private car from Cairo to Suez, but the journey is a tiring one. And then what? To Bombay? Shipping route from Suez to Bombay. Calcutta? Is that where I want to go? I don't want to go to any of these places. Tell me more about Cheyenne. Indeed. They call Cheyenne the magic city of the plains. But answer me this! Tell me, monsieur, do you like puzzles? What a Professor Layton kind of comment. Indeed I do. I find the exercise of the mind wonderfully. Mine is called Mina, and there is nothing and everything wonderful about her. I have no idea what you are talking to me. Omaha. Absolutely. One can travel... Oh, I'm already in the States then. Cool. Can I get to Albuquerque? Did you know there isn't a bank to be found in Albuquerque? I did not know that. That was not a thing I knew. Yeah, we want to cross here. And now we know a few things about traveling this trip. Wow, what a trip. Cool. We still want to get to Baghdad. The evening drew on, and the crew served gin slings with great cheer, the captain nodding to me as the liquor was poured. "Enjoy," he called, "for as long as you are with us." That sounds ominous. I saluted him with my glass, and savored the cool drink as the sun went down in fire and smoke across the sea. Ah, picturesque. Time to arrive in Beirut. Some of our possessions could be sold handsomely here. You are not wrong. The Eastern spices, for example, are quite valuable here. The hairbrush, too, is quite valuable, but I want to keep it. We're going to Baghdad next, I think. Hooded cloak, the urban traveler set. Neck cushion, the frequent flyer set. Loaded dice, left of the law. The railway man, of interest to feminine and posh types. Well, this is the first time I've seen a left of the law piece. Frequent flyer, urban traveler, railway man. It's free, sure. Oh, it cost me 1. Why did it cost me 1? I don't understand. Oh! Is D like pennies? So it's £6, 100 pence? So actually 7? I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't actually think I want any of these. Maybe I want this. Sure, whatever. Alright, let's plan our route. Can we really not get to Baghdad? We're gonna have to explore tomorrow. Alright, I guess we're going to a hotel. And the night has been passed. We found no true hotel, only a boarding house of rooms around a central courtyard in which a fountain danced, and various people sat and talked in hushed tones. As I looked about, I found something suspect in every pair of eyes I met, so naturally, I was curious. I introduced myself to a likely-looking pair. They had just arrived from Baghdad, and were full of the glories of that city. "Oh, tell me more," I demanded, and so the woman, one Madame Izir, enthused about the generous hospitality and warm welcome expected from all Baghdadis. "I shall look forward to it," I declared cheerfully. Madame Izir and her male companion took their leave from the fountainside, insisting on recommending a spot in town where we might find a driver to Baghdad before going. I was left sitting beside the fountain. An article is missing. I was left sitting beside the fountain, listening to the whispering water until I retired. This is what I needed. Arrives tomorrow. Departs at 9 a.m. Well, I mean, this is the way we're going, right? Whew. Those are some uncomfortable traveling conditions. Desert car? What the crap is this? We found a driver willing to cross the desert in a car powered by an eclectic collection of sails, mirrors, glass tombs, and steam power. I refused to board until I knew how it worked. The last thing we wanted was the strange contraption turning out to be sheer fantasy 300 miles into deep desert. But the driver was happy to demonstrate how the sunlight heated the fluid in the tubes, which was then forced through narrow gaps containing cogteeth that drove the engine. The liquid was then cooled under the car, in the shade, by the very movement itself. "An ingenious arrangement," I declared, and the driver grinned to show his one tooth. One tooth. What a guy! And gestured us aboard. The car began to ascend once it was turned on, and then we were off across the sands. We speed across the desert sands. Alright, let's chat to the one-toothed wonder, shall we? Greetings, Monsieur Driver! Hold on! Let's talk about Baghdad. I'm very interested in Baghdad. They say that Baghdad was once magnificent, now less so. I want to get to Ha'il, I think, right? Is it possible to travel from Baghdad to Ha'il? I don't know, but some buyers will pay well for woolen cloaks from Ha'il. You're gonna highlight that, huh, Senna? That one was for you. That was just for you, buddy. I think I want to go to Manama. That's on the coast, right? Is it possible to travel from Baghdad to Manama? I believe so. One can travel in a desert taxi from Baghdad to Manama, but the fare is extortionate. Well, we do have some money. God, I need this map. Like, I need a separate thing that shows this map so I can figure out where everything is while I'm making all these, like, inquiries and stuff. Within a few hours, we were in deep desert, the bobbing car dropping and rising above the loose and uneven yellow stone. In all directions, there was nothing to be seen but the misty heat haze rising from the sand. That's right! It just goes over the overnight, huh? Where will we stop for the night? I don't think I really want to ask that question. I kept my eyes peeled on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of, well, anything. But there was nothing to be seen. After several hours, the heat and the smell and the constant bubbling of the car began to grate on my nerves, so I was overjoyed to see the outline of buildings rising up through the haze. He's alright. Let's converse. What is your wish, master? Passepartout? Use the wool trousers. Monsieur, I will crease your trousers for you. Thank you, Passepartout. That will make me very comfortable. His well-being improved somewhat. Oh, well then, let's keep this up. I will press your shirts. Excellent, my man. That would be most pleasing. May I shave you, monsieur? Shave away and make it close. Very good. Alright, I think we did the thing. We spent the night feasting on spices and pulses and drinking a dark beer-like drink in the ruined walls of an ancient city. I have no idea of its name or history. None of the inhabitants spoke English, and our driver disappeared within a few moments of our arrival. I took a moment to explore the buildings, poking through empty rooms and down long, dusty hallways whose roofs came and went like English clouds. I found nothing but a touch of loneliness, until on my return I lost my way and was faced with a choice of passages. And no clues as to which way to turn. I shouted for help, but no one heard. The night was growing chill, and I began to worry about scorpions. Really? Scorpions? That's your primary concern? It's night? There might be scorpions? Amazing. Let's go left. The ancient corridor stretched away from me, and I passed engraved walls. In a dark and forgotten corner, I found a human skull. How morbid a dude am I? Like, honestly, with my history, maybe I am just that goth. Which I took with me. I found Monsieur Fogg minutes later, already asleep, and gratefully lay down on the other side of the fire, heart still thumping in my chest. The journey the next morning was, by comparison, much easier. I asked about the ruins, and the driver shrugged. Very old indeed, he said. Once a river ran through that city, and for 4,000 years a great empire flourished. What happened to it? He shrugged. The river moved. Some changes cannot be prevented. The domes and towers of Baghdad rose into view, and the sound of chanting drifted across the open plains towards us. Several of our possessions would trade well here. That's good to know. I am on fine form, but we must make haste. Alright, let's plan this out. So what's my goal now? I want to get to Baghdad, and then to Manama, and then we can go to Bombay? So I want to go from Manama to Bombay? That's amazing. That's the route we want. And then I can cross here to Madras, Bangalore to Madras. Ejected from a temple. Man. From Madras, I want to see if I can get to, like, Rangoon directly. kind of taking the southern leg here. Madras, probably to Waltair and then to Rangoon? I don't know. There's a lot of options here. And then to cross what? From Yokohama, presumably. Or Manila? Port Moresby? Brisbane? Auckland? Honolulu? Good heavens. I think I want to go through the US. That seems to be my best bet. Alright. Well, back to Baghdad. And nothing else to do here. We'll pass the night here. Accurate. We stayed in Baghdad at the Tio Hotel, owned by one Marcus Tio, a man of most improbably pale skin in these desert climes. "You are a foreigner to these parts?" I asked. "No, indeed," he replied, wiping wine glasses with a small towel, as we talked after hours in the hotel bar. "I have a little interest in travel myself. My fascinations are elsewhere. I enjoy experiments." "Tell me more." "Whatever do you mean?" I asked, intrigued. "I have a great fascination with things," he replied, gesturing with a hand around the bar, the cluttered shelves, the ornaments, the fine antiquities that covered every surface. "And I recently acquired a most wonderful thing." "All right, and what thing is that?" "A balloon!" he declared with great joy. "My son is taking it to Tehran in the next few days. Are you a fellow balloonist, dear sir? Perhaps you would enjoy the ride?" "Not as yet," I replied. "I will mention it to my master." Tio nodded. "Excellent. And here, something else. Another thing." I looked on in interest. From a shelf on the wall, he took down a beautifully crafted dagger. "This is as old as the city, and very valuable, I'm sure. Please, from me." "Huh. You are most generous." "Oh, I'm not," he smiled. "I've been told by people I trust unreservedly that this thing brings... Why? Thing brings bad luck, and I will happy to be rid of it. Sure." "Why not throw it into the river, then?" I asked. "The only way to lift the curse is to cede ownership to someone who is aware of it. Should I lose it by either design or happenstance, I would be cursed forever. So, Passepartout, will you take it from me?" "Then I can no more afford ill luck than you." I left the dagger on the bar, untouched. He shrugged. "I cannot blame you." "A most honest man, Monsieur Tio," I thought as I bid him good night. "If perhaps not the cleverest macaron in the patisserie?" Baghdad to Tehran. Oh, do I want to go north? I am in roaring health, but we must make haste. If we go north, what does that look like? I guess we can go, like, across here, but I really just want to go down here. This seems like a much better way to do it, because then we can just cross by sea this whole huge distance. That seems a lot quicker. This departs tomorrow. I think this departure could be adjusted. Really? Thoroughly ungentlemanly behavior. It's kind of expensive. I guess I have the money. Sure. It leaves at 1. Departs at 1. So let's take a look at the market, shall we? American train times table. So this sells highly. Valuable here in Kabul. Yeah, sell it. 130, 250. I'm definitely keeping that. Heavens, no. You are not getting my gentleman traveler set from me. I have open road and dusty road. It's worth $1 million in Dubai. Am I going to Dubai? Where is Dubai? Bombay. New Goa. Delhi. Isn't Dubai up here somewhere? Why do I not know where Dubai is? There's Tehran. Karachi, Delhi, Calcutta. It's over here somewhere, right? UAE. Oh, so it's like right in this area. I don't want to go back this way. Oh, it's here! Oh, I could totally make it there. Okay, yeah, that's totally worth it. Wait, how much baggage can I bring on this trip? 3. Great. Fantastic. I guess we're going to Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided on a trip. Tell me about train routes, will you? Cool. Very cool. Plan? No, depart. Oh, I missed it! Really? How long does it take to go to the market? I even paid to make that work. Unhelpful. Well. If I hit market, it just goes by pretty fast. I just missed it, too. Awful. Alright, I guess we're not doing anything. I might as well explore, then. The Ottoman Empire had ruled Baghdad for the last 300 years, give or take a few decades of Iranian and Mamluk rule. It was a city in decline from its glory days, and riven by plague, cholera, and famine. Good lord. What am I doing here? I wondered aloud. Don't you know yourself? A voice inquired from behind me. I hurried without turning to look for the source of the remark. Except it's behind you. So I met Monsieur Elie Ezra, Baghdadi by birth, Jewish by religion, and merchant by trade, as he put it. He took me under his wing with the hospitality I had come to associate with my travels in the Middle East. He promised I would enjoy my time in Baghdad, however brief it was. I asked him for advice on how best to travel through India, and he sucked on his teeth. My sister owns a fleet of airships in Karachi. She can get you to Delhi or Bombay for a price. I thanked Monsieur Ezra for the food and for the advice, and he slapped me on the back and pressed a packet of dates and figs into my hand before I left his home. A most welcoming place, Baghdad. I was almost sorry we did not have more time to spend there. Me too. Yeah, nothing more to do unless I want to buy one of these, and I'm not convinced I do. Alright, spending the night. We took a room and settled in. You seem fine. I spent a few hours polishing shoes in the lobby, earning £59. What, really? Okay, great. Alright, let's get out of here. We found a driver without difficulty and clambered aboard. A 2-day journey? I asked, by way of confirmation. 3, the driver replied. How much to make it 2? I demanded. The driver laughed. 300! Is that worth a day? Probably. I counted out the money and handed over. Very good, the driver chirped. Then he stoked the engine, and we were away before we could argue. Let's chat, shall we? Greetings, Monsieur Driver. Hold on! Let's change the subject to Dubai. On the subject of boats. Oh, I was gonna go to Dubai! I messed up! I'm gonna have to backtrack if I want to get to Dubai. Unfair. San Francisco? No. Where do I want to go? Karachi? I don't know. Is there a route from Dubai to Karachi? No idea. But now, you can head north from Karachi into Afghanistan by train. How lucky. How about Dubai to Riyadh? I wish I knew, but you can obtain candles scented of rose in Riyadh, extremely valuable in Muscat. I didn't? I wanted to go to Dubai because I wanted to sell the thing. Oh, Dubai's on the way! Dubai's on the way! Okay. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Wow. So easy to get sidetracked. The road from Baghdad south took us up on a mountainous ridge that offered spectacular views across desolate land on either side. The road south from Baghdad... Y'all need an editor. This way is often used by camel trains, our driver explained. If we see one, I will gun the engine and see if we can make them kick. It did not seem a very gentlemanly way to behave. A matter which I kept to myself, however, in the interest of keeping peaceful relations within the small cockpit of the car. Yeah, because Manama can take me to Dubai directly, which is what I want. Okay. Oh, I didn't hit the button in time! Arrgh. Today we drove along the coast, through market town after market town. The water was thronged with boats rigged with single-wide sails. Most were fishing, but some seemed to careen, probably, around the bay for mere sport. The views were worth savoring, even though the sun became uncomfortably hot. Oh no. We both got rather badly burnt, but we did get a marvelous view of the fishing vessels leaving Manama's harbor bound for Dubai and further on. Sometimes they all seemed to pause, to wait for an airship to fly overhead. I asked our driver about it, and he nodded. They have a sea gun in Muscat, he explained, to prevent pirates from shooting up at the airships. When the gun is out, there is nothing to do but wait. A formidable weapon, clearly, to hold back so many boats at one time. Still no camels, the driver reported, with clear chagrin, as we arrived within sight of Manama. I asked where we might find some, and he looked at me with enthusiasm. There are camel trains that leave from Ha'il into the desert, he said, and you hear some interesting things about what they find. Really? Career is an actual correct word there? Like, to zoom about wildly is career? That doesn't... Is that really what that word means? Then we disembarked, unloaded the cases, and waved our driver off into the distance. By camel? Dang, look at this trek! How long is that gonna take? Well now, this journey is proving more tiring than I expected. There seems to be no departures today. We should explore a little. I'm gonna go to the market first. Both are correct? Oh, maybe. Desert Traveler set, Open Road set. I don't actually want any of these. I might want the Hooded Cloak at some point, but not right now, because this is way too valuable. And I don't have that kind of room. Nor can I even buy another suitcase! Is there anything I want to sell here? Nothing even sells well. We want to go to Dubai. Oh, it arrives today? Fantastic. Hire extra space. Let's do it. We hired the services of a local fisherman to take us down the coast, using rudimentary sign language to explain our purpose. The arrangement was made in the early evening, and he seemed most surprised when I returned a short while with Monsieur Fogg in tow. I think he had never seen a gentleman of quality before, a not entirely unexpected state of affairs, seeing as how our course would take us close to Muscat, a widely known den of iniquity, sin, and otherwise thoroughly criminal behavior. Still, the fisherman caused no fuss, and simply lowered his sails, swung out his boom, and turned the spring of the outboard paddle. Greetings, Monsieur le Fisherman. Mostly, I just catch the fish. What can you tell me of Dubai? Where do I want to go from Dubai? Dvarka? Is it possible to travel from Dubai to Dvarka? No idea, but now, Dvarka is a sacred Hindu pilgrimage site. But now listen, did I tell you about the fish I caught last year? No. Wow, there is a tale worth half an hour. Some dates and figs, Monsieur le Fisherman? Thank you. Tell me more about Bandar Abbas. You have lost me, friend. What about this? Here's a thing I can tell you. You can pick up tea sets in Quetta worth a huge amount in Agra. Is that like Agrabah? I know a few things about Agrabah, let me tell you. Huh. No camels. Alright, tell me about Karachi. One can travel aboard the Bed of Brothers from Bandar Abbas to Karachi. Oh, okay. The boat made slow progress down the narrow Persian Gulf. We stayed out in the open. Oh no, where the blazing sunshine roasted us like so much grilling fish. The fisherman put us into port at Dubai a few hours later, and we disembarked and headed straight to a cafe. Good gracious, this is rather more exhausting than I anticipated. Go to the market, sell the thing quickly! Here, have an ancient stone head for like $1 million. Olive oil. Valuable here. Water bladder. Linen trousers. Wind scarf. Now we good. I could sell the evening jacket and the traveling coat. Ah, we're good. Very good bargaining, Passepartout. No kidding. You lose half an hour, right? Alright, so what's my route? Do I want to go to Bandar Abbas? Departs before 9, so I got time to figure that out. Really, I want to get to Bombay. Which I can't do from Bandar Abbas, I don't think. Can I? I might have to go back to Manama in order to get to Bombay? Surely not. I guess I want to go to Karachi. And I can get there from Bandar Abbas. Sure, let's go. We'll spend the night there. Everything will be okay. A small fleet of ferryboats sailed by crews of coffee-colored youths across the Persian Gulf several times a day. They raced, threatened to ram one another, skirting left and right at the last minute, and generally put on a wonderful show of dizzying, effortless skill. Relations with fog have improved. This seems so random. Like, I don't understand what I'm doing in order to make this happen. Fogg weathered the performance of our gondoliers with his usual grace, though I think he found the unfettered sunshine somewhat oppressive. The open water was a long cry from the dusty corners of the Reform Club. Can I hit a button? Is there a button to hit? Can I help you out, buddy? Alright. Well, really? I think we're going to sleep, and I will wait upon you hand and foot. The mood in Bandar Abbas was upbeat, I found. Since being reclaimed into Persia after years of control by the pirates of Muscat, people believed they had escaped a great tyranny. Yeah, he needed the help. I stayed with Monsieur Fogg, ensuring he was well rested and stayed clear of the cooling air, at least for a time. What's the plan? The plan is to get to Karachi. It departs tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'd rather think this departure could be adjusted. Thoroughly ungentlemanly behavior! It's actually not that bad, as long as we're out of here by 1. Only 1? Fuck. Alright, well I think we can do something about that. I don't want to open the luggage. I'm back into Bandar Abbas right now. What can I do? I can explore. I can go to the market. What's the idea here? That this will sell well? Part of the gentle... Oh no, I have to keep it. Human skull. Worth 54 in Quetta. I don't care. Might as well just get rid of it. Ooh, this is more expensive here. Not gonna sell my stuff. Valuable in Karachi, Herat, and Muscat. Of interest to Sea Dog and soldier types. Yeah, I'm gonna try and buy more space. I'm actually kind of okay on money right now. Seafarer set, Heavy Storm set. Of interest to luxurious and prim types. Interesting. Sure. That seems like a thing I want. That too. Just, you know. Yep. Baking sunshine and mild seas. Let's stay out of the sun, shall we? The Bed of Brothers was a scheduled departure out of Bandar Abbas's busy port. But even as we walked up the gangplank, I had the uneasy sense that there was something a little amiss. I was put doubly on my guard the moment we met the captain, a most unsavory character, given to giggling in the middle of his sentences, and rubbing his hands together as though endlessly cleaning off blood. Is this gonna kill me if I click this? We did our best to ignore him, and settled ourselves in our cabin. Thank you, your attentions are most beneficial. You're welcome. The first day passed innocently enough. The crew, when we saw them, were cordial, though I sensed some secret behind their smiles which I could not fathom. Monsieur Fogg seemed, to my mind, a little more on edge than usual, but it was probably due to the lack of decent down feathers in his pillows. Wow. Well now, this journey is proving more draining than I expected. I don't think that's accurate. A pinch of snuff, very good indeed. Uh-oh. We spent the day in our cabin with the door bolted, taking no risks and meeting no one. The coast of India moved into view with agonizing slowness. I only hoped we would reach it. Still, by nightfall, no real accidents had befallen us. I breathed a deep sigh of relief, but we were not ashore yet. Oh my god, this is still hurting. We arrived in Karachi in the early morning. The captain saw us to the gangplank with a beaming smile. "Well then," he declared, "did you enjoy sailing with my little family?" "It has been a pleasure." The captain nodded vigorously. "My brothers have enjoyed your company, gentlemen. Farewell." With that he waved us off. From the shore I looked back and remarked to Monsieur Fogg, "I thought them brigands, but they were most decent. That must run in the family." Fogg replied, tapping his nose, "Did you see their noses?" I don't think I understand about noses, but, I guess I'll watch the captain and his nose, as he loped back amongst the other sailors and gasped. My master was quite right. They did all share the same nose. They were, quite literally, his little family. Huh. With that, we left that strange crew and entered the magnificent city of Karachi. Surreal. There seems to be no departures today. We should explore a little. Accurate. Oh, I can get to Bombay. Excellent. I struck up a few conversations here and there, hunting for options for how we might proceed. So to get to Bombay arrives Tuesday, or it seems that we could leave here immediately on an airship. Do I want to go to Delhi? I think Delhi was mentioned about airships, right? Somebody was talking about airships? 560. How much to get here? 250. The airship Amulya departs for Delhi. The Savarkar at Motik. Oh, I've heard about that. Wild. It's an automaton ship. I'm excited. All right, we're going to Bombay. That's the plan. Departs tomorrow. Let's see what's in the market, shall we? Oh, I could get another pocket altimeter. How lucky. The Air Traveler set. I think I want the Air Traveler set. Magnifying glass. Let's buy you. I don't care about the human skull anymore, so rip you. Yeah, we so good at air travel. Get in there. Our completed air gear set should help us negotiate times of airship journeys. Agreed. I think that's about it then. So we're going to go down to Bombay via rocket, presumably. Yep. And then what? For Bombay, I guess we go to Bangalore, then Madras, then Waltair. We can go up to Calcutta, and then cut across or cut down? I guess we want to cut across this way. I could have gone to Quetta and sold the skull. Well, whatever. Rip. Rip skull. We definitely want to go to Bombay. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Wow. Alright. We'll be ready. Let's hotel. The undisputed sovereign of airship travel in Karachi was the sister of the Jewish merchant I had met in Baghdad, Jamuna Ezra. Jamuna Gajani, if we're being proper, she corrected. Ezra is my maiden name. Huh. Ezra is a Hebrew name, isn't it? I asked, gesturing at her sari and covered hair. You don't look very Jewish? Are you a Talmudic scholar, then? She gave me a narrow look. I'm dressed like a Sindhi because, oh yes, I'm in Sind, Madame Ezra added sarcastically. Honestly, I don't get as many questions about my clothes from my bloody husband. My apologies, I bowed low. Really, I meant nothing by it. Anyway, she tilted her head. You're here to do business, aren't you? But where is it that you want to go? Delhi or Bombay? We are going around the world, I blurted in reply. Madame Ezra began to laugh. Softly at first, then uproariously. A few of the men and women waiting in her outer office poked their heads in curiously. London, she gasped out. Across Asia! You do know you're going the wrong way around. Oh, I know. She waved away my attempt to explain. You are too precious. My husband is going to love this story. Madame Ezra dismissed me with a wave of her hand. I admit I left out a detail or two about the good lady when I relayed my encounter to Monsieur Fogg. Welp. We need to make sure we are ready to depart, right? We're going to Bombay? I think that's what we said, right? We're going to Bombay? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go! Uncomfortable conditions. But it's an airship. Shouldn't our airship traveling set be, like, useful? We boarded a metal-clad Savarkar Atmotique, headed for Bombay. It was a sleek little conveyance, no doubt one of the prides of Madame Ezra's vast passenger fleet. This dude needs help, honestly. Like, catering was my first concern. I talked my way into the kitchens, merely through charm and wit, and sampled what was on offer. Most delectable indeed. That's not what I meant, but okay, sure. My character is now courageous. Wasn't I already courageous? Let's talk, shall we? Greetings, Mademoiselle Bhattacharya, the concierge aboard this ship. So we're going to Madras. On the subject of trains, I've heard my childhood sweetheart was in an accident aboard the Pride of the South from Santiago to Asuncion. Calcutta? Oh, can we get to Singapore? Tell us about Singapore. Seems unlikely to me. What is Stone Town? I don't know. Let's find out more about Madras. Is it possible to travel from Madras to Stone Town? Did you know you can pick up rhino horns in Stone Town that will sell for a fortune in Colombo? A pinch of snuff, Mademoiselle Bhattacharya? Sounds wonderful. So once again, from Madras. Have you heard that you can obtain henna in Madras that will sell for a fortune in Manila? Colombo. Can we go straight to relevant places? Hey, Maruchan, how's it going? Most likely not. Alright, how about Santiago? How would I know? Only you can buy high-grade iron ore in Santiago. You can sell for profit in Khartoum. That's a little backwards. Where is Santiago, actually? Okay. So if we wanted to go south, we could. I still want to go through the US, I think, but I'm not married to that option. The view of the Indian coast was fantastic. Well, let's enjoy the company, shall we? So this game is called 80 Days. It's based off of the Jules Verne novel, I think, about traveling around the world in 80 days. It's kind of a little steampunky in that, you know, there's like airships and stuff in the middle of the 1890s. But it's really narrative driven, and there's like interesting games with, you know, managing your money and trying to get from one place to another. But yeah, it's a great story. I squeezed in beside a gaily dressed Indian woman at the window, who was dabbing nervously at her throat with a lacework handkerchief. She cut her eyes towards me and then favored me with a smile. I smiled back, and she turned to look at the rapidly receding ground, allowing me to see the wonder spreading through her face. The airship bucked in a stray air current, and threw the woman into my arms. Why is that an option? No, that's not what we're doing. I apologized, as though British, and she flushed and stepped back. "Thank you, sir," she said quickly, and bolted from the observation deck without a backward look. Strange. Strange indeed. Aw, yeah, get that health back. Here. Passepartout, your care is highly calming. Excellent. I saw the Indian woman from the previous day beside a tightly corseted English Mem Sahib. Ah, the maid. I understand now. I glanced in the maid's direction, and she blanched. She made her excuses to her mistress and left the observation deck again. I could not fathom it. The Mem Sahib marched over. "Do you know Alia?" she demanded. "She fell yesterday," I said truthfully, "and I caught her. I meant no harm, but she seemed frightened." "Liar!" the lady hissed. "You do know her!" "What have you done, you brute?" "I merely caught her when she fell," I explained. "Yesterday, as we were taking off." The Mem Sahib seemed satisfied with my answer, for she drew back. "Alia has had a difficult life," she said softly. "I am protective of her." "That is very admirable." "Is it?" The woman's lip curled. "One would imagine it is mere decency, but we live in fallen times." I saw Alia and the Mem Sahib only once more as we were disembarking the Admotique. I gave Alia a bow, and she gave me a quick half-smile before pulling her palu around her face. Alright, well that interaction is done, so moving on. I turned to look at the city up on the coastline, thick with oil smoke and glinting with metal. We had reached Bombay, jewel in the crown of the British Empire. We sure have. There seem to be no departures today. We should explore a little. Well, let's take a look at the market first. Worth, like, millions. Tobacco. Yeah, this is a thing I want to be able to see. Good enough for now. Let's explore. Hello. New routes discovered. Whoa. So that's how we get to Singapore. This actually seems really useful, to be honest. Perfect. Auckland. Alright, that's down in, like, Australia. Where is this going to take us? Good lord, what a trip. To Hawaii. Oh, Pitcairn Island. That's not Hawaii. I was wrong. Ah, that's how you get there. Okay, excellent. Well, now let's explore. New routes discovered. Oh, excellent. I don't care, really. Monsieur Fogg cared not a straw for the wonders of Bombay, but gave me a few hours' leisure as he settled to his luncheon. I ended up wheezing and puffing my way up Malabar Hill, the highest point in South Bombay. I paused at the top to look towards the city. I could see the gas lamps along the Queen's Necklace of Marine Drive being lit one by one in preparation for the evening, and the palm trees waving in the salt-scented breeze. Catching my breath, I found my steps irresistibly drawn towards... I don't actually know. Let's check out the temple. The Banganga Temple. The temple tower was reflected serenely in the water of the reservoir, fed by an underground spring said to come from the Ganges. I don't think I want to wade in water that comes from the Ganges. I entered the temple, fascinated by the relief carvings of gods and goddesses which covered the entire Gopuram. One of the priests spotted me and issued a great, pained cry of alarm. I turned and fled without a full thought passing between my brain and feet. Whoa. Alas, the priest's cry drew the attention of his fellows, and other temple-goers, all of whom descended upon me in a pack. They took my shoes and hat, and ejected me from the temple complex with rather zealous roughness. "But my shoes! My hat!" I remonstrated to the priest's angry backs. A woman in a deep umber sari offered me a pristine white handkerchief. "Non-Hindus are not allowed in the temple," she declared, "especially with their shoes on." "I did not realize," I explained, and she sniffed. "Where do you think you are? Gora?" she demanded, her hand on hip. "This is not Paris. This is Bombay. Bother yourself to learn the difference." I handed her back her handkerchief with thanks. Duly chastened, I resolved to be more mindful of local customs, for I chanced losing more than my shoes with my ignorance. I returned to my faster barefoot and rather shamefaced. "I hope that this will not happen again," said my master coldly. That was to be the last word on Bombay, gateway to the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. Except for, "And what, pray, has happened to your shoes?" Aw, he mad. Alright, so let's plan. We're going to Bangalore? Arrives... Okay. When does this leave? Tomorrow at 1 p.m. And I gotta pay extra in order to get there, but that should be fine. Can I just go straight to Madras? Interesting. I can just go straight to Madras. Huh. Maybe I just do that. Will take forever, though. Well, so be it. And then what? Do I want to get to Colombo? I guess I want to get to Colombo. That'll get me to Singapore and then to Manila. Sure. Alright, we're going straight to Madras. And spending the night in the hotel. With the last light of the evening, I spent a while talking to the hotelier to find out what I could, but came away with nothing but tips for starching lapels. Departs at 1, so I have some time. If I want to go to the market first. And I kind of do. Let's go to the market first. I am going to Singapore. Might as well grab some turmeric. Alright, let's get out of here. Wow, I really can't... Okay, well, I'm not going to need this anymore. Alright, I guess we've got to go back to the market. Wow, I was not expecting this. So this we can get rid of. Turmeric. Do I want to keep the turmeric over some of this? The Railwayman set. Well, that's not actually gonna be a thing. Alright, now let's depart. High temperatures? This seems a bothersome option. No kidding. The Bombay Express was a fine train, luxurious and opulent. Inside each softly lit compartment, Persian rugs and Venetian lamps threw color over fittings of teakwood and burnished brass. Most acceptable! If only all of our journeys were so well appointed. Let's chat, shall we? Greetings, Monsieur Compton. So, Madras. Madras to... Let's talk about Madras. I need to know about Madras. They say one can sail aboard the Western Flower from Madras to Waltair. Fantastic. What about Madras to Colombo? Now you listen to me! You can obtain zoetropes in Colombo. Extremely valuable in Singapore. So I know... Okay, well what about Madras to... Really? Let's talk about Colombo. Colombo once belonged to the Dutch and the Portuguese before them. Oh. Okay then. I went to explore... It's pretty late. We can go to the observation decks. The observation decks, set with wicker chairs and parasols to better and more comfortably observe the countryside flashing past. And that was where I met Anne-Marie Spencer, a girl of maybe 10 years, sketching the distant hills. I greeted her politely as I took the spot beside her. She smiled, and with deft movements adjusted the position of her wheeled chair to give me more room, dropping one of her pencils as she moved. I returned it with a bow, and she giggled. "You must be French," she declared. "You are gallant indeed." "Alas, not all charming Frenchmen are gallant," I told her. "Even a rogue may have fair manners." "Oh, I do not believe you are untrustworthy, monsieur," she replied with a glint to her eye. "You are certainly a gentleman." "I am a mere valet," I replied. "A gentleman's gentleman." "Well," she answered firmly, "that counts twice over, does it not? I have a good eye. I see things as they are. That is why I draw." I looked over her pictures to be confronted by their strangeness. I could not recognize anything of the landscape she was so closely watching in the lines and shapes that filled the page. "You have a most unusual style," I hedged. "Oh, monsieur," she said, "I have a good eye. I can see you are lying." "Then I do not need to say it," I replied. She nodded. "Charming," she replied. I knew it. Just then my attention was distracted, as my master beckoned me over to make ready his evening wear. I bid her farewell, and she nodded to me. "I will see you again, Monsieur Passepartout," she told me as I left her. "I did not stop to wonder that day how it was she knew my name." Aha! The plot thickens. Yeah, now it's starting to hurt. Well, let's chat, shall we? "Greetings, Mademoiselle Spencer. What can you tell me about Madras?" Madras has changed hands many times between the British and the French. No kidding. Can we get to Colombo? Here's something I do know. I hear Colombo has a very advanced tram system. Alright, what about Stone Town? I don't even know where that is. I don't know, but listen. They say that the Sultan of Zanzibar is a British puppet. Let's talk some more about Colombo. How about getting to Batavia? I don't know where Batavia is either. I don't know, but you can pick up Handel's Scented Rose in Batavia. Extremely valuable in Hong Kong. Oh, remarkably useful. Let's talk about Singapore. Well, merchants in Hong Kong will pay extremely well for candles scented of rose from Singapore. Can I get from Singapore to... Actually, know a few places I can get from Singapore to already. Brisbane? Probably. But some buyers will pay well for evening jackets from Brisbane. Alright, sure, whatever. Do I want to give her the snuff? That will extend our conversation. Sure, let's give her the snuff. Most generous. Let's talk some more about Madras, shall we? I prefer not to talk about that sort of thing. Okay, can we get to Santiago? I would not hold out too much hope, monsieur. How about... Walter. Let's talk about Walter. I've been told one can sail aboard the Western Flower from Madras to Walter. Can I get to Calcutta? I think I want to get to Calcutta, right? On the subject of steamships, I've heard you can get to Manila from Pyongyang aboard the steam yacht Quiet Thunder, but the fare is expensive. Good to know. How about Calcutta? Did you know some buyers will pay well for evening jackets from Calcutta? I did, in fact, because you have already said that. What is this route? Oh, we hurtin'. Here, have some tender care. The next morning, I discovered I had lost my passport. I told Monsieur Fogg immediately, risking his displeasure at the possibility of delay. But he merely shrugged. Then you must find it again. I decided to enlist the help of Anne-Marie and her excellent eye, so I tracked her down on the observation deck and explained the situation. She looked most concerned. What might happen to you without documents? At worst, I will not be allowed to travel, I replied, and that would be most serious, as my master is on a journey around the world. She nodded. Well then, we shall have to look, won't we? I think you could search the crew cabins, which my chair cannot access, and I will look about here. Sure. It seemed a good plan, so I agreed. As I was heading from the car, I felt certain the girl would locate my papers with her sharp eye and inquisitive mind, but went to search the crew cabins immediately all the same. Wow. My breaking and entering was rumbled in moments, of course, by a cabin boy of only 7 or 8 years. I tried to explain, but his English and my Punjabi rather missed each other. The lad quickly called for the guard. The guard, a surly fellow with a mysterious moustache he was in the habit of waving around. How does one wave around a moustache? Now I'm envisioning, like, someone, like, holding it and, like, waving it around. Does it, like, spin around on its own? I don't think I understand how this works. Sat me down and demanded the facts, which I provided. I visited the observation deck. Very wise. The views are most astounding. Go on. He waved at me to continue. I was talking to a girl in a wheelchair. At that he sat bolt upright. Anne-Marie Spencer! Then our mystery is solved. Come with me. Yeah, this is kind of where I was figuring it was going, given that she knew my name. Together we marched to the observation deck, where we found the young mademoiselle idling away at her sketching. Young lady, the guard demanded, stand up! I watched, horrified, as young crippled Anne-Marie got up from her wheelchair and then curtsied in front of me. I'm afraid I am a dreadful kleptomaniac, she apologized with deep insincerity. And an unparalleled liar to boot. And the chair? Young Miss Spencer and I had an arrangement, the guard said. She promised to stay in the chair and out of mischief, and I agreed not to lock her in a compartment for the trip to Madras. My passport, please, I demanded with no small irritation. I dropped it, she replied with an indifferent shrug. Somewhere. Wow. Well, I am certainly no... I am certainly no good judge of character. Then Anne-Marie sat down again, suddenly glum. You've stopped being charming, she said morosely. Here's your passport. She reached into a fold of her dress and pulled out my papers, and the guard wheeled her away as I wiped my brow with relief. A long and most difficult delay had been avoided. Relations with Fogg have deteriorated slightly. Why? Who knows? What does it do? I don't know! How can I find out what my relations with Fogg actually are? It's a mystery! Ladies and gentlemen, mechanics! Alright, Fogg. Have some petting. I did not see the girl at all today. I think she was being kept within her quarters under some kind of observation, suitable to her fragrant criminality. I occupied my time attending to my master's state, and keeping him comfortable, and the vigor returned to his cheeks under my close attention. Man, I mean, I know that is an appropriate turn of phrase for the time in which this novel was written, but oh, wow, does that sound bad. Alright, we making haste. Haste is what we making. News! Tell me the news! Squola raids anti-automaton rebel hideouts. Rebel hideouts? Squola's the Empire now? Unreal. Good gracious, this is rather more strenuous than I anticipated. You're fine. At Madras, they pushed the young girl from the train down a ramp, and she waved up at me before turning to face the road ahead. Under the weight of our cases, I could not wave back, and then she was gone. Who was that girl? My master asked. A thief, plain and simple, I told him. What? Good heavens! Fogg! Monsieur Fogg seemed displeased by my answer. I suppose it was not very gallant. Still, I spoke nothing but the truth. Alright, well. The hairbrush would sell efficiently here. I definitely do not want to give up the hairbrush. Alright, let's explore. New routes have been discovered. Ah, we can get to Colombo! Man, these people. Madras was a city within a city. Inside the walls and fortifications of Fort St. George was White Town, where British memsahibs and factors traded and went to church, and traveled from place to place in mechanical palanquins. I found the colonial officers to be particularly dim and hard-headed. I would have blamed it on the humidity, but the locals seemed to manage their wits without any trouble. Think I'm not going to go looking for trouble today. I stayed in White Town, of course, and wandered its manicured gardens and broad gaslit streets, attracting little attention from the residents or their servants. A valet was no doubt a common sight. But after a few minutes, I realized I was being stalked. All right, well, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. I turned to face my shadow, to find myself face to face with a nun. Would you like a blessing, good sir? An ornate gold cross hung heavily from her neck. I'm pretty suspicious, but, you know, you never got anywhere by being cautious, right? Oh my god. Should have been more suspicious. Her smile sprouted razors, and with no further warning, she brought her heavy gold cross down on my head with a crack. My vision sputtered and sparked into blackness. When I awoke, I was in a nunnery. My nun assailant offered me a cool cloth. I am Sister Panimalar, and this is the convent of the Sisters of Didicus. What's a Didicus? Actual good questions. Didicus is a Spanish saint who died in 1463. King Philip II commissioned a clockwork automaton of Didicus which could pray. The first automaton man of God, but not the last. She took a breath. My order does not believe, as the Pope does, that automatons are abominations. We believe that machines, too, are capable of grace. Wait, she knocked me unconscious and now she's giving me a lecture on automatons? You believe automatons have souls? Don't you? She twinkled, a most un-nun-like expression. Building an automaton is like raising a child. They are shaped in our image, as we are in God's. Man, it's like I'm playing Siberia all over again. Those blasphemers of the Artificers Guild... Artificers. That's it. Those blasphemers of the Artificers Guild know nothing of God, and so their creations are godless. And you want godly machines? I asked carefully. Church on Sunday, following the commandments, all that? The Didician sisters are... Didician? I'm gonna go Didician. The Didician sisters are dedicated to the search for a machine which has a soul, and now we require for your help in our search. It's not a really great way of asking. You could simply have asked. The Lord does not ask, he expects. Now listen to me. She helped me woozily to my feet. If you find an automaton whose shard is engraved with a soul on your travels, send a telegram to us. We have our own receiving station here. We will reward you materially, if that is your wish. But we must have such a shard. I'm not sure I want to give you such a shard. Sister. Sister, this is very far-fetched, I insisted. Automatons with souls? Who ever heard of such a thing? I have faith, the nun said calmly. Then she let me go. I did not know what to make of Sister Panimalar and her order of artificer nuns then, and I do not know now. I admit I was glad to know we would be leaving Madras and its wells and fortifications and secrets. Walls. Ha. What are we doing here? We could sell the hairbrush for a reasonable amount of money. China tea set. Expensive. 2,000 in Manila. Am I going to Manila? Where am I going? I'm going to Colombo. Tomorrow before 7. I suspect this departure could be altered. The Englishman's wardrobe should yield results. Most generous. No charge. Sweet. Alright, well, let's just go then. Yeah, fantastic. Doing well! The Colombonese airship. We boarded a fast airship run by a British company that had promised to reach Colombo within 2 hours. Fantastic! I am at your service, Monsieur Fogg. Well, let's talk about things. How will we cross the Pacific, monsieur? There are many options, but which one we will choose will decide our route across the Americas. Here, let's give you a shave. And a wool shirt. And a... Oh, I can't give you the trousers! I wanted to give you the trousers! Alright. The airship was not as fast as advertised, of course, but not to any considerable degree. And my master was untroubled. A little dishonesty should form part of any traveler's calculations, he advised me. Only a fool would not expect such behavior. Relations with Fogg have improved slightly. All right, sure. I kind of want to hit this button again. Traveled a lot of miles. Favorite transport? Boats. We have traveled a lot of miles by sea. That is pretty accurate. 2,600 miles by land. Good lord. 650 miles by air. 28 days, huh? Character. Courageous. Manner. Flamboyant. Valeting. Remarkable! Relations are fair. Alright, I'll take it. But we are remarkable at valeting. Which is, of course, the most important part. Charming young lady in a wheelchair. What lies. Alright. So I think we're just going to go here to Singapore, and then up this way, presumably to cross from Japan? I am in roaring health, but we must make haste. Noted. Let's plan our trip, shall we? That's where we want to go. Departs for Singapore in 5 days. I rather think this departure could be altered. Let's find out. The Englishman's wardrobe should yield results. Excellent. No charge in 3 days. Fantastic. Hello? Did the thing come up again? I suspect this departure could be altered. Fantastic! Wow. Alright. Thank you, Englishman's wardrobe! We are really getting it on. Alright. I guess we're hoteling. Hang on. Oh, no. We spent the night in a charming suite in the Grand Oriental Hotel, opposite the Victoria Arcade. The clattering of the electric trams ran late into the night, mixing with the lowing of the oxen drawing the poorer people's carts across the cobbled streets. Do I have stuff that I want to sell here? I think there was something that sold well here, and I don't remember what. Was it turmeric? Yes, it was. Oh no, that's in Singapore, not Colombo. Colombo don't care. Whoa! I remember this thing. Yeah, we're not doing any of this. Although it might be time to get the warm climate gear set. But let's just go to Singapore, shall we? Let's go! The air gear set! Huzzah! Good job, air gear set. This is going to be quite the trip. We boarded a sleek T-Clipper with a bright red envelope and roaring twin engines. Is your ship fast? I asked the captain, a lean, dark-eyed Chinese man in the last flush of youth. I go to join my wife in Singapore, the captain confessed, so you can be assured I will try to make good time. So saying, he flung the ship up into the air. Let's chat. Greetings, Captain. Hello there, my good Passepartout. Passepartout. Let's talk about Singapore. I want to go from Singapore to pretty much anywhere. Let's talk about Stone Town. Let's talk about Batavia. I don't know. We're going to Singapore, and then we're going to Manila. And from Manila we can get to Pyongyang, But let's see if we can get from Manila to Yokohama. So really we want to find out about Manila, more than anything else. I found myself standing beside the cheerful young captain. Does your wife also sail the skies? Ha! Hardly. She has just opened a Chinese bank in Singapore, though she has holdings all over Southeast Asia. She could buy me and my ship 100 times over, in fact, he added with an easy laugh. And you do not mind? I find that I do not, he said. Don't women usually have to bear similar circumstances, though they have as much pride as we do? I thought much on Captain Go's attitude and situation, but came to few conclusions that night aboard the airship. Alright. Alright, Fogg. Have a thing. He's like my Tamagotchi. I gotta make sure to pay attention to him every once in a while, so that he doesn't leave poop lying around, or die, or run away. There were rumblings of discontent aboard the ship, centered upon the figure of First Mate Ranuga, a dark-skinned, towering Sinhalese woman. I inquired subtly into her grudge over lunch. This is our last voyage, she replied darkly. The captain's selling the ship, and joining his wife's business. What will you do then? Her shoulders slumped. Me and the crew are stuck. This ship has been our home. We stared at our unappetizing stew as the crew grumbled. Why don't you buy the ship? I suggested. First Mate Ranuga's expression turned even blacker. Oh, I tried, but the price is too high, even if we all go in together. Oh, how much am I willing to contribute to this? How high is it going to go? I have a more than respectable amount of money, really. I feel like I can get anywhere with this, but how involved do I want to get? You know, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oh. Oh. Okay. How much? I demanded gallantly. 27,000 pounds, she replied crisply. That's how profitable selling tea is, it seems. She glared at me. Do you want to help? I politely declined. You see our situation. Well, she grimaced into her stew, just wait and see. Unfortunately. Oh, forgot to hit converse. Dang it! The first sign of trouble was when the lights began to flicker. The gas lamp sputtered out just before the secondary engine cut out, leaving the airship in darkness and silence. Oh, we're going out. We're going out there for sure. I groped my way to the bridge to investigate the matter. Raised voices echoed from behind the oak-paneled door, speaking in English. Huh. Boarded? In mid-air? What kind of incredible piracy is this? I stopped to listen and gasped at what I heard. Nichinsa, I heard Captain Go's voice say fleetingly. How can you do this? I couldn't hear the reply, and so... Push the door open. Oh my god, that's such a dangerous option, no. So pressed my ear against the door. I could hear the sounds of many feet shuffling. I guessed that more than half the crew were on the bridge. I recognized First Mate Ranuga's strident tones, now cracked and breathy. You did this, Captain. You abandoned us first. Do I have the whole story here? I kept listening as Go protested, but Ranuga cut him off. To one of the crew she continued, Go and fetch the passengers. I felt my way slowly back, but not fast enough. I was unceremoniously seized and dragged to the floor of the bridge, where Ranuga held her pistol to Captain Go's head. Oh man, I should have agreed to help. Monsieur Fogg was tossed beside me soon after. Is this your solution, First Mate? I asked despairingly. We don't want to be sold off to the highest bidder, she turned to the captain. We have worked alongside you for 10 years. We gave you our loyalty, our blood, and you cast us aside for some land-grubbing woman. I feel like mutiny is going to get me in less trouble than jealous. "This is mutiny!" I shouted, trying to shock her out of her course. First Mate Renuga's lip curled. "And what about a captain abandoning ship? He sold us as a wedding present! Don't we deserve more?" "Perhaps you do," I nodded, seeing the frustration on the crew's faces. "It is unfair, I agree." "The ship is my home," First Mate Renuga breathed, as the crew stamped its feet and shouted their agreement. "I cannot let her go, even if her captain can." Something seemed to break in Captain Go's expression. He leaped upon his first mate with sudden, startling ferocity, and they began to grapple for the pistol. Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. Gosh. I think Renuga is more likely to shoot than Go, so I want to stop her. I tried to stop First Mate Renuga. The pistol jerked and the bullet punched a hole through the outer hull above us. I heard a shrill whistle of air before we were knocked to the floor by the sound of an almighty explosion. I looked up, and half the top deck was sheared away and swinging free. And the entire envelope had ignited into a glowing, writhing ball of fire. Oh my God. Wind whipped past us. We rolled and tumbled in the air. We were falling uncontrollably. And then we hit the water, and I slipped into glorious, terror-free unconsciousness. Alright, freely expected, this is not how I expected this airship ride to go. Sinking T-Clipper. We're alive. Fogg is alive too. I awoke, and I had not drowned, which was more than I expected. My head was upon Monsieur Fogg's lap. "The emergency protocols have activated, and we have been sealed into the bridge," he informed me, in lieu of a greeting. I tried to sit up, and Monsieur Fogg pushed me unceremoniously back down. I felt relatively well, considering I had nearly been shot, actually been blown up, and had then fallen into the ocean. "You cracked your skull," my master declared. "This is not the first time you have awoken. Every time you sit up, I explain matters, and then you swoon once more." "Are you unharmed, monsieur?" "You have not asked that before," my master smiled. "But are you?" "I am somewhat injured," my master said serenely, and then coughed an enormous amount of thick, oozing, warm blood onto my chest. "Are you serious? Is this really happening right now?" I tried to sit up, only for Monsieur Fogg to slump heavily against me. His brow felt clammy and fevered. Oh, jeez. "We have a much larger problem than our injuries, Passepartout." His voice was uncharacteristically raspy. "I think your injuries still signify, monsieur," I remonstrated. Unreal. In response, Monsieur Fogg tipped my head up a little. I saw the heavy glass windows of the bridge. Instead of pale blue sky and clouds, I saw only dark water, pitted by air bubbles rushing away. "We are sinking," Monsieur Fogg continued, regaining some of his composure, "and Captain Go informs me we have only a day's worth of air at most. So then, we will die here." I saw Monsieur Fogg almost smile in the murky darkness. "It seems a distinct possibility." We sat together in the dark for an hour or more without saying another word. I heard the captain and first mate working together, tending to the injured crew, whispering encouragement and lighting our dwindling stock of candles to give the illusion of warmth despite the deepening fear and bone-chilling cold of the ocean, which promised little mercy. "I confess I did not account for this possibility," he said into the dark. "Not all risks can be calculated," I said thoughtfully. I drew in my breath. And then let it go. There was nothing further to be said. The important thing is only to calculate the average risk, my master murmured. The average transcends the particular risks, and is constant. It is what some call the law of averages, but its true name is the theory of the central limit. Constancy is the soul of whist, Passepartout. Another long silence, but a softer one. I felt the pain in my head pound at my temples, and then recede, like waves on a shore. My master coughed more blood, and we all shivered as the last candle blew out. Some wept, but I did not. "Why did you take the wager, monsieur?" I asked. I do not think I expected him to answer. "I thought I knew," he said faintly, "but now I am not certain." And later, much later, after the hull began to shriek, and as the air grew thin, I think I heard my master say, "Perhaps, given our circumstances, you should call me Phileas," before I fell into an uneasy, delirious sleep. Relations with Fogg have improved somewhat. Your character is now zestful. Interesting. I can't help but feel that there is a lot going on here, kind of the same way that Long Live the Queen is working, with character allowing some options that you might have or might not have, and relations with Fogg allowing some options that you might have or might not have. But it kind of annoys me that I don't get to see the results of it, whereas with Long Live the Queen, the choices that I make are really obvious in terms of how their mechanical interactions with the mechanism in the game works, what I'm doing behind the scenes. Whereas this is really vague. Also, I liked being courageous. How do you look so well, Passepartout? I feel so weak. See what we can do for you. A series of dull shudders went through the remains of the airship, and Captain Go staggered to his feet. "It has been an honor serving with you," he said, his voice admirably steady. "Nihinsa, will you forgive me?" First Mate Renuga stood up, her eyes glittering. "Only if you will forgive me in turn, Captain." I pulled myself to my feet, not wanting to die lying down, unless it was at the age of 90 in a goose-feather bed. The ship jerked, but instead of cracking open like an oyster shell, it began to rise up in the water. Our faces were frozen in shock, our eyes wide, our mouths open. We shot upwards, faster and faster, until we broke the surface. And the sun blinded us with its sweet yellow light, casting shadows away with its brilliance. I could think of nothing to say, but... Am I delirious, monsieur? My hands threw themselves over my eyes to shield the glare. "No," my master said coolly. "You are rescued. Look." I followed his indication and looked up. Indeed, in the sky hung a colossal airship. The thick steel cables were attached to our vessel, and we were slowly winched out of the water. A bulkhead door swung open on that ship, and a woman in a welder's mask and armored suit stood, limned in light. "Hello down there!" she called loudly as Captain Go gasped. "Have any of you seen my husband?" Wow. Madame Go's airship. "Oh no! Fogg! Please be improved!" Madame Go, the banker, proved to be an excellent rescuer. She retrieved our bags, provided us with vast quantities of stew, and had thought to bring a team of doctors. Captain Go trailed around behind her, looking, if possible, even more love-struck than before. Yes. I looked in on First Mate Renuga, who was recovering nicely in one of the hastily set-up medical bays. "The captain's not going to sell the ship," she told me excitedly, "and all I needed to do was try to shoot him!" Oh no. You can't think that this kind of action is going to get you rewarded every time, Renuga! Monsieur Fogg, with bandaged ribs and a pair of impressive black eyes, was on his feet, much against the doctor's orders. "Please stay in bed, monsieur," I said despairingly, knowing all too well the determined look in his eye. "Passepartout," he said, and then trailed off most uncharacteristically. "Yes, monsieur?" "Thank you," he said briskly, and then opened up his ledger. "Now, leave me in peace till we reach Singapore. From here on," his eyes flashed, "I am going to ensure I consider all of the possibilities." Huh. man, heck of a trip. So let's go to market first and foremost, because we have some stuff to sell here. Then... Whoa! I do want to go to Yokohama. Maybe this is worth it. And then we'll just have, like, infinite stuff in our bags? Oh, God. Oh, God. What can I afford to get rid of? I definitely want to keep this. This is fantastic. I don't really need this anymore. Kind of done with that. I want to keep these, definitely. Luxurious and Prim, Sea Dog and Soldier. Part of the Air Traveler set, which is this. So I could sell one of these. Let's sell the Tot of Rum. And then get the tin sheet. We're going to come out of this way ahead. 6,200. Alright. You died? Oh no! Man. It would appear you have made some excellent sales. Thank you. Alright, I guess we're going to the hotel. Definitely going to take care of my friend over here. Singapore was a British colonial port peopled largely by Chinese, Malays, and Indians, and fueled by rubber exports and opium wealth pouring into the new banks. It seemed a dangerous spot to linger, especially at night, so I made what visa arrangements were required of us and then returned to Monsieur Fogg. But I found him in some consternation. "Is there a problem, monsieur?" I inquired. "We have no way onwards," he remarked, as though upon the weather. "Passepartout, you must seek out some transport." Indeed. There were plenty of people at hand to talk to. I inquired about vessels headed for... Manila? No. Brisbane? Batavia? I guess Brisbane. But really, I kind of just want to go to Yokohama. And a rubber merchant laughed bitterly into my face. "We have no business with them. Criminals and colonists! Why would any Singaporean go there?" I left this thoroughly unpleasant woman behind and moved on, to ask instead about... Batavia. Manila? We're headed to Manila already. We know how to get to Manila. What do you mean there's no routes? Manila in the Spanish Philippines, and one of the Malay sailors pointed me in the direction of a little steam yacht. "She goes to Manila," he said, and then cocked his head. "Are you a Spaniard?" "I am French, monsieur." Truly, I was growing tired of being so thoroughly misidentified. The sailor shrugged. "Heard that there's cholera in Manila." "If you are not a Spaniard and have no business there, maybe you should avoid it," he shrugged again. "Then again, you rich people do whatever you want, so why am I bothering?" "Rich? I am not rich!" I almost laughed, then saw his angry expression. I suppose, to such a man, I was well-dressed and well-fed, and had little right to deny my relative wealth. The sailor jerked a nod, and went back to his companions, leaving me to contemplate his advice upon the Singaporean dock. Relations with Fogg have strengthened! Huzzah! It's not a new route, it's the route I had before, the route I was intending on taking. Yes, that's the one I want. Heard there's cholera. Embark. Minus 18? Leaves at 1? Is there anything I want to do first? I don't think so. I think we're just departing. Hire extra space! Alright. Have to make sure we don't stay out in the sun. That is important. We took passage on a little steam yacht with a cargo hold full of Chinese silk parasols, which the captain assured me would fetch an exorbitant price in Manila. "Are the ladies there so shy of the sun?" I asked in Spanish. "These pretty money-makers are only passing through Manila," Captain Amparo, a dark-eyed Filipina of middle years, was unable to keep the glee from her voice. "I will sell them to a trader for shipment to Acapulco, where the Mexican ladies will pay all their pin money for a month for just one gaudy parasol." "Will you keep one for yourself?" I could not resist asking. "Me?" She looked astonished. "What use would I have for such a frippery. I regarded her sensible attire and short hair. I admire your practicality. Captain Amparo laughed companionably. That is a skill I have always possessed. I slept well that night aboard the steam yacht, secure in the knowledge that it was being steered by the captain's steady hands. Fog! Be better! We had some ill winds in the morning, but Captain Amparo kept the crew calm and focused, shouting orders at them in a language I did not know. Tagalog, perhaps, as it was widely spoken in the Philippines. We were merely bobbed about a little until the weather settled, but the worst injury was some seawater clogging my shoes. We will not be delayed, Captain Amparo assured me, perhaps mistaking the cause of my obvious melancholy. My master will be pleased, I said, though I could not help cast another mournful look at my ruined shoes. The captain caught the direction of my gaze and looked confounded. My God, you are an utter dandy! Do you really care so much for appearances? A gentleman is always presentable, I sniffed. I do not care for fashion's sake. Fascinating. I need to figure out a way to get to Yokohama. Alright, I guess let's start with Manila. Nope. Let's talk about Pyongyang. And Yokohama. Cool. From Yokohama to Honolulu, I think, is where we're going. Alright, I don't think there's any more information I can get from her. Even though I could give her stuff. Man, what a roundabout route. Captain Amparo had taken to regarding me as though I were the oddest creature to ever take passage aboard her vessel, and she still looked thunderstruck when we reached our destination. Good luck in Manila, she said, shaking my hand. They will hardly know what to make of you. Alright, I'm out of water, so I need to take a quick break. And I will be back in a second. In the meantime... And with impeccable timing, I return. So, let's see what we can see in Manila, shall we? This is an awkward seating arrangement to get situated in. Alright, let's do this. The tin sheet could earn us well here. No kidding. Oh, no. We're hanging on to that. Sorry, my bad. The rest and recuperation set. Now that sounds like a set. Alright, let's look at travel plans, shall we? I want to get to Yokohama. 3 or 4 days. Presumably, through Pyongyang. Alright, so let's look at this. Departs tomorrow at 1 p.m. Oh, we just missed it! Dang it. Okay. The real question is there a way to get directly? In which case, I don't want to buy anything. So we should explore, because we're going to be spending the night anyway. New routes discovered. Does this go to Yokohama? Oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Please. What? It does. I could just go straight to Yokohama. Fantastic. Or straight to Honolulu. But I want to go to Yokohama, I think. We arrived at the Spanish-governed capital of Manila at a most inopportune time. The city had recently suffered the depredations of a major typhoon. Whoa. And the efforts at rebuilding had been stalled by an outbreak of the dreaded cholera morbus. I don't understand what decision I am making here. Images of San Roque, a saint invoked against pestilence, decorated almost every building and vehicle, but to little effect. Infected establishments were burned daily by the sanitary board, with our hotel one of the casualties. We relocated near to the... I don't think we want to be near the river if it's cholera. Near to the telephone exchange, taking the mechanical horse-pulled tram. Concerned with the possibility of infection, I ensured that Monsieur Fogg drank only... I'm pretty sure cholera is water, right? Okay, actually, hang on a second. I'm gonna Google this. Cholera transmission. Yeah, it's contaminated water. Alright. Drink only boiled water, as recommended by Jon Snow's article in the Medical Times and Gazette. Going to the lengths of preventing him from eating any uncooked foods for fear of contamination. From our window, I could see carts piled high with the dead being taken to the mountain to be burned, rather than interned in a churchyard, which put me in a morbid frame of mind. So I can go out, or I can stay in. I mean, I'm a going out kind of guy. I went to the local telegraph office and sent a message. To dear Mama! To a dear friend in Paris. Oh man, exposition! Sure, it could be an ex-lover. My ex-lover, if I am to be perfectly honest. We parted in unfortunate circumstances, and I felt I needed to wish them well for their future. My travels with Monsieur Fogg had granted me an altogether more enlightened perspective on such matters. I made my way back to Monsieur Fogg under the fragrant coconut oil lamps, eager to part from the city riven by sickness and death. I guess we just go into the hotel, huh? Oh, I didn't even look at, As Night Fell. Let's just stay in this time, shall we? I attended to Monsieur Fogg, ensuring he had fresh tea. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. I'm not going to Hong Kong. Excuse you. We're going to Yokohama. Negotiate! I mean, it's worth the money, honestly. Let's just go. I want to get out of Manila as quickly as possible. The Sugawara. Excellent. An Imperial Japanese steamship, designed by French engineers and crewed by naval conscripts drawn from all 4 occupations. Captain Hirosue bowed slightly in greeting, and I gave her a deeper bow of respect, which caused her to raise an approving eyebrow. "Welcome aboard," she told us, as the crew raced about readying the ship for departure. "With God's grace, we will have a swift journey. I hope we can play some volleyball on the ship." "Greetings, Captain. Let's talk about Yokohama." "I don't want to go to any of these places. I guess I want to go to Honolulu, except I really want to go to San Francisco. My childhood sweetheart used to work aboard the Water Lily from Yokohama to San Francisco." Perfect! Problems solved! Let's talk about San Francisco, then. "I'm told you can buy wax cylinders inscribed with music in San Francisco you can sell for profit in Regina. How do I get to Regina? San Francisco to Omaha? Directly? Oh, I know about that. I need to go further east. Where is further east? Chicago? Dallas is not further east. Albuquerque? Let's try Chicago." "Absolutely. Are you close with your family?" "Of course. My dear mama is always in my thoughts. My parents are in mine as well." "Smart. Let's talk about Chicago. What more can you tell me about Chicago?" "Chicago to Washington? Sure." "The most efficient way to Washington from here is to Houston." "I see." "Atlanta? Duluth? Burlington? What even is Burlington? What even is Ponta Delgada?" Oh, we've already seen the wax cylinders inscribed with music, man. This game is like Siberia 4. "Some buyers will pay well for binocular field glasses from Ponta Delgada." Interesting. All the routes. Traveling forever by ship. That's what we want. That is exactly what we want. Omaha to Chicago. That's useful. I kind of skipped over her extra dialogue, but apparently now we know a few things about Lima to Asuncion? Weird. "I encountered Captain Hirosue on deck in the morning, and noticed that she wore a katana in a beautifully worked sheath. Are you a samurai?" That seems like a really insensitive question to ask. "That is a beautiful weapon," I said reverently, having been swept away by the recent Parisian fashion for Japonism. Captain Hirosue ducked her head a little. "It is not a military issue, Gunto," she admitted. "It has personal value to me." I made a sound of encouragement, but she did not take the cue to continue. "Ah, well, there would be time enough to get to know the captain better on our journey to Yokohama." Oh man, I gotta take care of my boy. A shave. Superb! Best shave in the business! In the morning, I saw Captain Hirosue praying at the little Protestant chapel beside the galley. Not wanting to disturb her, I quietly slipped away. Oh. I don't get any other, like, alternative things to do. Your attentions are much appreciated. Doff's hat. Yokohama Harbor was thronged with steamships flying foreign flags. Dutch, French, British, American, even a few Russian ones. The Sugawara was a regal sight as she pulled up to the docks. The captain came to see us off, but more, I think, to ensure that we did, in fact, leave. Really didn't get on her good side, did I? The tin sheet could earn us well here. No kidding. Here, have a tin sheet. I want all of the money. Thanks. Monkey wrench? Part of the engineer set. Urban traveler. Valuable in Burlington, Batavia, and Hong Kong. None of which are places we are going. Superb hackling, Passepartout. I know. Alright, so if we are going here, departs at 3? Time to get going. Onward. Whoa, gentlemen travelers, so good at traveling. Whoa, on with ya. Hey, Dark Twinge hosting. Thanks for the host, Dark Twinge. Much appreciated. The Water Lily was a sleek, iron-hulled ship-to-submarine prototype captained by a severe American by the name of Wicker. Who wore a top hat? Do I want him to be wearing a top hat? Maybe we talk about the crew instead? Sure, he could be wearing a top hat. Maybe he's a gentleman, or has, illusions of gentlemanliness. Pretensions to gentlemanhood. Who wore a top hat at all times and preferred tea to coffee, which greatly endeared him to Monsieur Fogg. In addition to the usual compliment, the Water Lily carried an entire corps of brass-goggled engineers and a brace of submariners on standby, should the captain call the order to submerge. The rumor was that I don't want to get involved in this at all. I'm going to say oh man, neither of these options are good. I don't want to have to know any of this. Let's go with Confederate vessel. Sold off to a private concern in the later, more desperate stages of the Civil War. But I saw no trace of a dark past aboard. The crew seemed a happy family, and welcomed us into their iron-hulled bosom. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. Sure, here you go. Have a top hat-wearing captain that I made for you. Oh my god. Still don't understand how this works, but whatever. Come on, Fogg, get a haircut. You are most diverting, my good man. Was that good? That's a hell of an appellation. Our cabin, while hardly spacious, was adequate to our needs. One of the midshipmen came by to show us how to use the pressure seals in case of submersion. But in all other aspects, optimism! Looked forward to a peaceful steamship ocean crossing. I was not to be so lucky. God damn it! Alright, well, this is going to be miserable, but Fogg needs a shave, so we're giving him a shave. The salty air blew cool and sharp against my face as I opened the door onto the top deck. It was painfully early, and the only passengers awake were a group of Chinese laborers hunched miserably near the stern. One of their number was vomiting copiously into a bucket. I offered him my own secret remedy, which I had brewed up for just such an occasion. He swallowed it down with a certain dubious desperation, but immediately improved in both complexion and temperament. He thanked me most profusely. I asked them about the captain, but with no language in common, communication was impossible. So we settled into playing dice in quiet silence until the sun rose. Just hanging out with a dude who's vomiting, that's cool. That's probably a good idea. I'm sure. Fogg! Get cared for! I accompanied Monsieur Fogg to a game of whist with a family of American missionaries who were traveling back to San Francisco for a family wedding. My master began strongly, but Mademoiselle Loretta, the eldest girl, had a sharp eye and won several hands in a row. A new round was dealt. I noticed Mademoiselle Loretta... Of course she's cheating! No one defeats Monsieur Fogg! I blinked twice in pure astonishment and glanced up at her face, which was utterly calm, betraying nothing of the action of her nimble fingers. The minister's daughter was a cheat, and a skilled one at that. I suspect that calling her out in public is not the best way to deal with this, and given that it's just a game of whist, let her cheat, whatever. I filed away the knowledge for an opportune moment, catching her eye to convey that I had noticed her little sleight of hand. She blushed with all the manufactured prettiness of an accomplished actress, then raised one eyebrow in silent challenge. Our journey continued on. Uh-oh. God, I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Greetings, Reverend. Good day to you. Thank you. Let's talk about Omaha. On the subject of trains, I've heard one can travel aboard the Canadian Pacific Railway. Amazing. Let's talk about Chicago. Let's talk about Atlanta. Let's talk about New York. Let's talk about Toronto? Lisbon? Why do I care about Lisbon? Where even is Lisbon? To Lisbon from here is through Houston. Alright, I don't really care. Would you believe it? I introduced my daughter to cards to occupy her mind. Indeed. I think it may have worked. She is rather too occupied them by now, I fear. No kidding. No kidding. Alright, let's talk some more about New York. Reverend Jim Cleave. How do we get out of here? Burlington? Probably Toronto, actually. Never mind that. Some buyers will pay well for binocular field glasses from Burlington. How about some snuff? Let's talk about Toronto, actually. How do I get to Toronto? How do I get to Ottawa? How do I get to Winnipeg? Do I care about any of these places? Good heavens! Lisbon is the capital of Portugal? Man, you know so much more about this stuff than I do! Where even is any of these places? Ottawa? Canada? Did you know they have electric lighting? I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that. Let's talk about Toronto. The quickest way to Toronto from here is through Gastown. What is a Gastown? What about Dakar? I have to go. Is it possible to go from Ottawa to Dakar? I have to go. What's one way to end a conversation? New routes discovered. Yes, tell me about routes. Duluth, Ottawa. There's Toronto. There's New York. Why can't I go from New York to place? I spent today in the company of the Water Lilies submariners. They were all hardy men and women who preferred the dim and closed spaces of the hold to the top deck. Too much sky, one of them said, squinting suspiciously. Her crewmate nodded. All that fresh air. Yee. They shuddered collectively, and suggested a bracing race to the boiler room. Should I impress them? Alright, I impressed them, with my physical prowess, coming in a respectable fourth, just behind their commander. She was a half-Japanese, half-American sailor by the name of Davis. Izumi to my friends, she said, clapping me heavily on the shoulder. Now, a rematch of your choice. Oh, very well, I declared, and promptly suggested a test of acrobatic skill, 'cause this I know I'm good at, being that I am an ex-acrobat. Though the submariners were all fit as horses, they had never attempted to, for instance, form a pyramid, or walk the length of a corridor on their hands. They competed with me gamely, but admitted themselves outclassed. Commander Davis even applauded. Izumi nodded as I took my leave. You're not so bad. Thanks, Izumi. Yeah, this trip has been bracing, hasn't it, Fogg? How refreshing this steamship. Whoa. I was climbing the rigging entirely innocently. What are the odds? Entirely innocently, and not at all for the purposes of spying on the crew to appease my own rapacious curiosity. Well, you got that right, when I heard two of the crewmen arguing in a pidgin mix of English and Japanese. I closed my eyes and listened to their voices. Only a few words were audible over the howling of the wind. Shrine, heathen, worship. Before a sudden scream rent the air. One of the sailors was falling from the platform's edge. I was unable to look away as he fell. His body lay still and crumpled on the deck, but I heard his scream in my head for days later. I looked up and managed to catch sight of the fallen sailor's companion, his face still and pallid. Was that guilt in his eyes, or merely shock? He slipped away before the captain arrived, and... oh no. How deeply do I want to get myself... involved in this mess? Well, let's see. The last time I tried to involve myself deeply in crew intrigue, the ship exploded, sunk, and we were barely rescued from the brink of death. So yeah, clearly I want to follow him. He retired to the crew quarters, and I began to hear the sound of desperate, muttered prayers. More tiring? It's just giving you bonus, dude. You're fine. Everything's fine. Here, have a shave. Shave and a haircut. I won't even charge you 2 bits. The Water Lily's crew held a funeral for the dead sailor. I was not specifically invited, but I don't think I felt a sense of responsibility. I was definitely curious about the incident, though. The funeral was an excellent opportunity to learn more about the crew. Captain Wicker led the Christian service with customary grimness. I was surprised by the absence of the American minister, but later discovered that the captain was of a different denomination, and considered the missionary and his family only a short step up from heathens. Oddly, only half the crew had come to pay their respects. I asked my neighbor about this breach of custom, and she narrowed her eyes. Joseph was a convert, she told me defiantly. The captain taught him to read the Bible himself. The rest of the crew are heathens. They stay away from our godly ceremonies. Oh. The thick Plotins. Also, I'm now dependable. Dependable? Guess I'm okay with that. I still like being courageous, though. Look at him go! He's doing so well. Let's talk, shall we? Greetings, Captain. Passepartout, what do you want? I want to know about getting to Omaha. And I want to know about getting to New York. Sure, Chicago. Again with the wax cylinders? Profit in Atlanta. How do I get to Atlanta? The most efficient way to Atlanta from here is through Acapulco. Excuse me? I don't think that's right at all. Let's talk about New York. You mentioned trains. I've been told you can get to Ottawa from Winnipeg, aboard the Canadian Pacific Railway. Maybe Miami is the way out? Talk a lot, don't ya? Well, you're not wrong. I am quite talky. So for real, though, how do I get to where I want to go? So I'm looking at train to Salt Lake City. And then I guess from Miami is probably a better bet to get across the ocean? That doesn't sound right. Maybe it's through Quebec? Like, honestly, I should be able to go New York to Ponta Delgada. That's what I want. New York to Ponta Delgada. If I have to go Miami to Nassau to Ponta Delgada, I will. Or maybe Quebec City to Ponta Delgada. But then to Lisbon. And then back to London. Oh, wait. They were telling me about to Lisbon is through Houston. This girl is somewhat mistaken, says somebody else. What? I was talking about things that they sell in New York? Yes. Rare and misprinted stamps that will sell for a fortune in Lisbon. So I want to go to New York, and then Ponta Delgada, and then Lisbon. That sounds like a thing I want. Alright, cool. Keep this going. Back to the journey. Storm. Too exhausted to write a proper entry. Suffice to say we are still afloat. As we settled down for the night, I was struck by an unrelated thought. Monsieur Fogg! The dateline! I have altered our watch already, Monsieur Fogg replied calmly. Did you think I might forget? My master was, of course, correct. With an eye such as his, it was unthinkable that he might miss such a detail. Ha! This is probably a point of plot from the book. I think I read the book, I don't remember, but if I haven't read the book, I read a similar story, where a very important plot point was forgetting the dateline, and then making it like on time or not on time because of it, for the actual 80-day bet. Imagine what might have transpired had we forgotten. A less precise man than Monsieur Fogg might have finished on the 80th day, and yet believed himself to have lost. Exactly. Let's chat, shall we? Mademoiselle. So, let's talk about Omaha. And then New York. And then... Wait, where's Ponta Delgado? Can I not get the thing from here? Urgh. Through Atlanta, eh? Alright, let's talk about Washington. Really? Oh, any will do. So long as they have the vowels. Amazing. Alright, let's talk about Miami. Probably through Albuquerque. Albuquerque is a lawless place. There are shootings weekly. Keep talking to me, lady. You can pick up accordions in Albuquerque worth a huge amount in Atlanta. Amazing. Look at any of these places. This is not where I want to be at all. How about Acapulco? How about Caracas? I don't think I want to go there at all either. Let's go back to perfumed oils. And let's go back to Omaha. Or Washington, actually. Can I get to Miami from Washington? Yes. Probably. Collectors in Ponta Delgada will pay fantastic amounts for skyscraper blueprints from Miami. Why can't I... Miami! Missed my option. Oh well. Oh. Washington to Ponta Delgada. That's actually not what I expected. But that's good to know. Yesterday's storm hit us with little warning. One moment I was adding a ribbon trim to one of my shirt sleeves. The next we were being tossed from one end of the cabin to the other. We were only lucky that the bed was securely nailed to the floor. Rain clattered against our iron hull, nearly drowning out the shouts of the crew. The storm lasted nearly 6 hours and blew us far off course. Oh no. The captain spent most of the day peering at his charts, trying to locate our position. There is no land anywhere upon the horizon. Day 46. There is no land visible. Oh, this is bad. Greetings, Commander Davis. Honolulu. We're going to Honolulu? I don't want to go to Honolulu. Apparently Honolulu is connected to Acapulco, is that right? You mentioned airships. I did not mention airships. You mentioned airships. I've been told Ponta Delgada is linked to London aboard the 6 of 1, but the fare is over £7,000. £7,000 being a value I have. Well then, let's talk about London, shall we? That is beyond my remit, monsieur. Are you lying to me? Let's talk about London to Lisbon. Actually, let's talk about London to Ponta Delgada. No, you just told me about that. Let's talk about London to Lisbon. I figured they do. Enough talking. Ponta Delgada straight to London. That could be the trip ender. We just need to have enough money for it. Okay. The captain announced a change of destination. The Water Lily would now make for nearby Hawaii rather than San Francisco. We would make port in Honolulu in 5 days, and we would have to find our own further conveyance from there. Monsieur Fogg's lips pressed ever so slightly together, a rare outward sign of entirely understandable annoyance. This, my master said, will not do. Indeed not, sir, I agreed, not even daring to calculate the delay and expense our unexpected diversion would cause. Monsieur Fogg gave me a cool, appraising glance. Captain Wicker has reneged upon his word as a gentleman, he said curtly, before lowering his voice to an almost furtive undertone. Our course is clear. We must mutiny. Whoa, this is a little heavy. Let's not go throwing around the M word, okay? Let's remember the last time that happened. What occurred. And while I trust your abilities to organize any kind of event, including a mutiny, maybe this is not the best of ideas? Maybe? Do I argue? Do I agree? Ooh. I mean, I want to be in Captain Fogg's or Monsieur Fogg's good graces, but agreeing to mutiny, that's a big one. Well, I mean, when it comes right down to it, I know which horse I am tethered to. I've completely butchered that metaphor. I don't remember what the actual metaphor is. Agree wholeheartedly, but he continued on without so much as a pause. See to it, Passepartout. Use your natural charm, I interjected brightly. Quite, he said, with the agreeableness of a gentleman who has just given his valet a near Herculean task. We will mutiny in 5 days when we reach Honolulu. Make your preparations as you see fit. Huh. Alright, well this blows. Time to chat with people. Let's give you some trousers. And journey. And shaving kit. Very good. My task was clear. I was to foment mutiny aboard the Water Lily. I decided to begin by exploiting the crew's animosity towards one another. Divide and conquer. Oh, so dear Maman always cancelled. Religious passions, eh? I mean, that does seem to be something that they, think about quite strongly, to the point of being willing to kill. I considered inflaming their religious passions, though such passions were, by their nature, unpredictable. So I decided to... I want the Shinto people on my side. And I don't want to get caught doing anything to the Shinto crew. This doesn't seem like the best choice of actions, because I'm not interested in pissing off the Christians. I'm interested in getting the Shinto pissed off at the Christians. So this is probably closest to what I want, except I really do not want to get caught doing that. If I'm going to gossip, I probably want to gossip about the captain, to try and make the Shinto crew more angry. This seems like a stronger play, but potentially more dangerous. Oh, man. Do I want to chance it? Alright, whatever, let's go for it. Desecrate the Shinto shrine, and blame it upon the zealous Christian converts of the crew. It was not long before the Shinto adherents began to seethe and mutter of their ill treatment, looking towards the captain with suspicious eyes. Such suspicion could easily be tipped into revolt. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. How are we doing there, by the way? 18 out of 169 cities. There's so many cities! There's so much game in this game! Man, I've definitely traveled a lot by sea. I'm zestful! I'm passionate. Interesting. My valeting is remarkable, and my relations with Fogg are comfortable. Oh, that's acceptable. Time for more chatter. Greetings, mademoiselle. Let's talk about Honolulu to Acapulco. Let's talk about Acapulco to, Panama City? Okay. What about Havana? Monsieur, really? But you can buy sugar canes in Havana. Thanks. That's really helpful. Alright. So, if we end up in Honolulu instead, there is a boat from Honolulu to San Francisco. That's definitely what I'm doing, if I actually have to take that detour. Otherwise, we can always take an airship to Acapulco. And from Acapulco, I'm going to want to go to Houston, really. I don't think I want to go south. South seems like a really long trip back. We want to stay up here. We're definitely doing this trip, assuming we can get up here. So if we get to Acapulco, we want to get up to Houston, or maybe New Orleans, or maybe Miami. Probably New Orleans. We might be able to go Acapulco to New Orleans, but Houston is more likely. But our best choice is still getting to San Francisco or San Pedro. Alright. It was with satisfaction that I noted a certain increase in tension aboard the Water Lily, a situation I would carefully have to exacerbate if my master's mutiny was to have any chance of success. Next, I attempted to ingratiate myself with... Do I really want to ingratiate myself with the captain? Like, what's that going to do? If there's a mutiny, I want to be on the side of the people who are winning the mutiny. No? Who were still rather storm-tossed and discombobulated. I managed to convince them to play dice with me, and proceeded to lose deliberately to gain their favor, to the tune of 50 pounds. They were quite pleased at their newfound bounty, and, combined with my grace in losing, this seemed to make them look upon me with greater favor. Oh, right! Davis isn't the captain. I totally should have ingratiated myself with the submariners. That would have worked. That would have been a good idea. I had attempted to suborn the obvious targets aboard the Water Lily, but wars were often won by the unexpected. With that in mind, I turned my attention upon the ship's artificer, a tall, rather imposing woman in a short jacket embroidered with the Guild's copper lily. Artificers were notoriously neutral in the matter of conflict or civil disruption, but I threw myself upon her mercy, only to find that there was precious little of that to be had. Artificers, it seemed, were not only notoriously neutral, but also notoriously hard-hearted. Welp, that didn't work out well. Get better, Fogg. I spent the day putting the last finishing touches to my planned mutiny. It was a matter as delicate and serious as the creation of a soufflé by a master chef. I spread word of my signal amongst my allies, and retired to bed early. One could not mutiny on a bad night's sleep, after all. I probably should have stayed up. Well. Commander Davis! So we want Acapulco to... It's not even an option here. Havana? The quickest way to Havana from here is via Acapulco. Okay, cool. I mean, that's what I was expecting. Let's talk about Havana. Oh, or not. Let's not talk about anything. Here we are. We reached Honolulu in the dark. The captain took a small skiff into the harbor with a few of his officers, wishing to inquire about repairs before putting the Water Lily into dry dock. Monsieur Fogg watched the boat for a long moment. "Now is the time," he said crisply. "I trust everything is in order?" I mean, it seems to me that whatever I say is just becomes true, so I assured him it was, and he nodded, having expected no other response. Let us hope so. With that, my master retreated to his cabin, and I called the signal to arms! The Water Lily erupted into chaos. Everywhere was the clash of sabers and pistols. Now and then I heard the shriek of the officers' sonic weapons. But I was not alone. The half of the crew that followed the Shinto creed fell in behind me with a rallying cry. They fought their Christian crewmates with vicious determination, clearing the top deck within the hour. The Chinese laborers rewarded my friendship with steadfast loyalty, throwing themselves into mutiny with all the desperation of men and women who utterly loathed sea travel, and longed to revenge themselves upon their instrument of torment in any fashion. They lit fires and tore up the already ragged sails, causing some welcome chaos. The submariners, led by Commander Davis, emerged quietly. There was a long, terrible moment when I wondered at their allegiance. Then Commander Davis caught my eye and nodded. "We know when it is time for change," she shouted, driving back any stragglers loyal to Captain Wicker. I saw Mademoiselle Loretta trip up one of the loyal officers out of the corner of my eye. She tipped her bonnet in my direction, a gesture of respect from one player of the game to another. I knew she was gonna come in handy. Yeah. The whirl of the battle, different words, very different words, took me away, but not before I saw her falsify a magnificent feint and block the gangway to the navigation room. By noon it was clear how the day would end. The mutineers raised a ragged cheer of victory. I myself had ended up with a debonair scratch upon the cheek, and had somehow come to be in possession of a brace of pistols and 3 sabers. By the time the captain and the officers returned, we had complete control of the ship. They were quickly trussed up and... I don't even want them on this ship. They're welcome to go wherever they want, but I'm not going to risk having them aboard. And returned to their skiff to seek their fortune in Honolulu. Monsieur Fogg emerged, surveying the scene of recent battle with a calm eye. "Well done," he said, with classic gentlemanly understatement. "Still, it was well done, and more, if I do say so myself." Yaha! Relations with Fogg have strengthened! Man, I'm gonna have Fogg wrapped around my pinky by the time this is over. Onward and upward. Also, have some petting. You're fine. Oh, I wanted to check the news. Man, I gotta be quicker on the mouse clicks. To my amazement, the successful mutineers held a vote and elected me the new captain of the Water Lily. I tried to refuse to little avail. What did I, Passepartout, know of captaining a vessel such as this? Rest assured, mes amis, it was in great part a ceremonial title, which made no particular demands on my seamanship. Monsieur Fogg, though pleased by the success of our mutinous endeavor, seemed to regard my elevation in rank... Wow, why was that so hard to say? With some wariness. "I am," he admitted as we prepared for bed, "someone put in mind of Bonaparte." Parbleu! Greetings, Reverend. So now we're looking for San Francisco to Omaha. Chicago can be reached from Winnipeg. And then we want to go to Washington. Alright, let's try Atlanta. Or Cheyenne? Let's try Cheyenne. There isn't a market to be found in Cheyenne, but tell me, would you believe it? I introduced my daughter to cards to occupy her mind. No, I do not believe it. I know. Cards are sinful. I think they are the devil's work. Well, fantastic. Albuquerque? I feel like I've asked this question before. Dallas? Have you heard that the most efficient way to Dallas from here is to go via Salt Lake City? Believable. The new first mate, a cheerful girl by the name of Wang, came to me with an intriguing notion. As you know, the Water Lily is a ship-to-submarine prototype, she said. If the submariners cooperators, we could convert... If the submariners cooperated, we could convert to submersible and make port at San Francisco in 2 days rather than 5. I called in Commander Davis, the leader of the submariners. I can see why I am here, but the answer is no, she declared. I may have aided you against the captain, but I do not trust you or your leadership. May I go? How badly is this likely to backfire? Surely you wish to use the submersible, I declared. I do. But who exactly are you to ask me? Forgive me, you are no captain. Captain. By Jove, sure, I'll go with that. Back to full health. We spent most of the day repairing the damage done to the ship by the mutiny. First Mate Wang took care of the particulars with an efficiency that I was loath to interfere with. Therefore I spent my time amongst the crew, attempting to reconcile the Shinto with the Christians. I promised them each separate services and shrines, which seemed to placate them a little. Still, it was clear to me that the scars of the mutiny would not be so quickly healed. Believable. Well, let's hear the news. Phileas Fogg attempts round-the-world adventure. I know. I'm on it. I happened upon First Mate Wang, holding hands with Commander Davis at the rail of the boat. It was too late to trouble with the submersible, and I had no reason to interrupt their moment, so I moved along. Alright. Let's chat, shall we? Cheyenne? How do I get to Washington? Houston? Narlands? I don't. I should think I should stick to valeting. Washington! Can I just say, some buyers will pay well for top hats from Washington. Washington goes to a bunch of places. Atlanta. Let's see, Dallas? I don't know, but listen. Dallas hasn't recovered well from the Civil War. I believe that. Washington to Las Vegas? Really? Please, monsieur, I must go, but I hope we will talk again. No, keep talking to me. Let's talk some more about Washington. I did know that, in fact, because that's something you've already told me. What is Dakar? Surely that would not be possible. What is Belém? Probably, but there is neither bank nor market in Belém. Wow. Gastown. Oh. Houston, New Orleans. Hang on. Let's take a look here. What are we looking at? Chicago to Atlanta to Washington. Or we could go south here. Burlington? Omaha, Burlington, Atlanta? Probably Omaha, Chicago, Atlanta. Then Washington. Then Ponte Delgado. Then home? 18 days! We can actually make it! Oh my god, are you kidding me? I just need to make sure I have enough money. And I don't miss anything on the trip. Whew. We were making good time to San Francisco, and had repaired much of the damage to the Water Lily. I began to feel restless for land, having only an expanse of blue water ahead and behind. My unlooked-for captaincy weighed heavily upon my landlubbery shoulders. In the evening, I spoke to Wang about our onward journey, and she told me that some buyers will pay well for binocular field glasses from San Pedro. An interesting fact, though I did not know if it would help. Fantastic! This turned into an NPC conversation. Let's chat some more, shall we? One of the most advanced American cities. What about Cheyenne? You might be interested that the quickest way to Cheyenne from here is through Salt Lake City. What about Burlington? Some buyers will pay well for evening jackets from Burlington. Very good. Very good. We arrived at San Francisco 20 days after leaving Yokohama. That's a lot of days! We had managed not to lose even a single day, despite the obstacles our seemingly simple steamer journey had thrown up. At my urging... I mean, presumably First Mate should get the captaincy, so... and bid us a sincerely tearful farewell as we disembarked. The traveling cloak should be quite valuable here. Let's plan, shall we? Departs tomorrow. Arrives Friday. Oh, I can just go straight to it. Interesting. How do I get to Washington? Can I just click Washington? No. Atlanta. Omaha. Arrives Monday versus Sunday. What about Chicago? What about Dallas? I think I just go straight to there. I think I just Transcontinental Express all the way across. 17 days. Still makeable. How much does this cost? 370? Easy. Piece of cake. I'm in. Departs tomorrow at 5. Alright. Let's hotel. San Francisco seemed less a city and more a ravenous beast bent on consumption of everything, even of itself. Within the ever-expanding city limits, enormous steam-powered drills and diggers flattened hills, straightened roads, reformed neighborhoods, and dumped the resulting rubble and stone into Mission Bay. I headed towards Chinatown to eat. It was a warren of crowded wooden and brick houses, temples, businesses, herbalists, laundries, and market stalls selling fruits and flowers. Sure, tell me about your quaint traditions, Chinese people. Brightly colored lanterns illumined the streets, and little draconic automata spewing black smoke called the attentions of passerbys to restaurants and gambling houses. I don't think I want to go into the theater. Maybe I want to go into the theater. Let's talk about the games. Children played games in the streets, many dressed in woolen bobble hats and coats over their chengshuns and chongsans. Large groups of men stood around smoking, drinking green tea and calling to each other good-naturedly. I always feel at home. I felt quite at home. I had traveled around more than half the world, after all. What was one more foreignness in such a foreign place as America? I decided to approach an older man in European clothes, who offered me a cup of green tea when I introduced myself. You are very well dressed, I remarked approvingly. A most excellently cut jacket. He chuckled and smoothed his crisp shirt. Many of my friends, they say, Lin, you talk to foreigners, you wear their clothes. And I say to them, I am American now, and you are too. He pointed at a young man with his hair in a queue. Look at him with his old-fashioned hair. There is a law against it here, but he wears it like that, the fool. What a ridiculous law. But that is your tradition. Why is there a law against it? I asked. It hurts no one, surely. We must let go of our old culture, Lin counseled. We are American now. But you are Chinese American, I disagreed. Why should you give up everything for the American dream? A good question. Alright, so we want to hit the market, and then we want to take the Transcontinental Express, which departs at 5. Okay, so we got time. Definitely keeping the traveling cloak. Sorry, buddy. Smith & Wesson, valuable in Acapulco, Dallas, and New Orleans. None of those are places we're going. We are going to Chicago. So this is worth it. The rest of this stuff doesn't seem like it's anything I want to do anything with. Alright, heading out. Let's go! This seems a bearable route. Agreed. I am willing to bear this route. What? Come on, guys. We were lucky to arrive in San Francisco just in time to catch the inaugural journey of the Transcontinental Express, which would take us to New York in 8 days, with only a handful of stops along the way. Monsieur Fogg, unfortunately, was not feeling lucky, having eaten some rather speculative oysters in the afternoon when away from my watchful eye. I was most solicitous. What? And brought my master cool cloths and weak sugared tea till he pronounced that he felt much recovered. Why? Why? Alright, let's chat with people, shall we? Greetings, Monsieur Durant. Well, we're gonna be in Omaha. Let's talk about Chicago. Wax cylinders inscribed with music from Chicago. Let's talk about Washington, shall we? How would I know? Okay. Only some buyers will pay well from top hats from Washington. Okay, let's talk about Ponta Delgada. Goodness. But is that the time? But I've got some snuff. So talk to me some more about Chicago. Talk to me about Atlanta? How about Atlanta to Marrakesh? Really? What a question! Why do I even have that as an option? Like, what is the likelihood that that's gonna work? Marrakesh, come on. The first day aboard was enjoyable enough. American trains could clearly not compete with their European counterparts, but it was amusing to see them try. The posters proclaimed Pullman's Palace sleeping cars. And while not palatial in the slightest, they were at least serviceable. We sipped cool beer as we rattled through a long stretch of desert in the shadow of tall mountains. I scoured the view closely through binoculars and caught a glimpse of a line of buildings set into a side of a mountain face. I saw a statue carved into the stone, and a column of dark green smoke, but what it could mean I do not know. Let's chat more with people, shall we? My excellent valet! Let's talk about money. We are very well funded indeed. You have made some excellent decisions. I know. Omaha? Oh, okay. What about Chicago? Everybody knows about the wax cylinders. Our fellow passengers were a curious mix of gold and silver prospectors, homesteaders, farmers from all corners of the world, Mormons, missionaries, soldiers, and stiff-necked gentry of various sorts. I gave a young black woman with a deep red bonnet and an infectious laugh a nod of greeting. Her name was Diana. Yes, it's a good thing I didn't go too deep. I am meeting my husband in Cheyenne, she told me. He did construction work in New York, but New York isn't safe anymore. We have enough money to move now. Why isn't it safe? I queried innocently, having only the broad strokes of American news and history. You did not hear of the draft riots in Europe? She asked wonderingly. New York has always had Confederate sympathies, and when the Union began drafting New Yorkers, they rioted. They killed and burned black homes. My husband has never felt safe since, but now we're moving to Cheyenne. She smiled, nearly glowing with happiness. I told her some tales of my adventures, which seemed to amuse her greatly, as the afternoon wore into evening, and we passed by Ogden, close to Salt Lake City. We watched as passengers disembarked, glimpsing fertile fields and well-tended ranches out of the windows of the rain. Day 60, Monsieur Fogg murmured that night in his sleep, and still some distance yet to travel. Relations with Fogg have strengthened slightly. Sure. I don't know why, I don't know how, but it happened. Lucky. Greetings, Monsieur Durant. Tell me more about Chicago. Tell me more about Washington. Come on. Don't suppose you have any idea who my father is. Apologies. Oh, don't worry. You will. What does that mean? Ponta Delgada? Ponta Delgada. They grow oranges there, I think. Man, not helpful at all. How are we doing here? So the plan is still Omaha, Chicago, Atlanta, Washington, Ponta Delgada, London. Oh my god! This time is greatly increased! Wow! Why is it so much more now? What did I do? Did I do this wrong? Should I have gone this way? Was taking the train the wrong choice? Oh no! Maybe we get off the train at Cheyenne? Man, we clearly made some incorrect decisions. Day 61. I don't think we're gonna make it anymore. What happened? We were on track. Oh. Alright. Today, a fellow with a painfully trimmed mustache and impeccable suit approached me outside the lavatory. I nodded at him companionably, and his thin lips parted in a contained grin. I am Felix Granger, he said. You are a puzzle. I was utterly flummoxed. I? A puzzle? I repeated in consternation. Monsieur, I am a simple man whose past is an open book. Oh, no. Do tell me how you came to be on the Transcontinental. Thereby hangs a tale, I can tell, good sir. It seemed a probing question, which made me immediately suspicious of his motives. I made some non-committal answer, but he pressed me further. Finally, I confronted him, and asked him his business outright. You are a sharp customer, and no mistake, he grinned, though I perceive no harm in you. I am a Pinkerton agent. I knew a little of the Pinkertons. They were a detective agency, and had been hired by Abraham Lincoln himself during the American Civil War. "What are you doing here?" I asked, fascinated. He looked around before leaning closer to whisper his true purpose. "I am here because we have heard rumors that the outlaw, Jesse James, plans to rob this train. So keep your eye out." I think we're jumping ship at Cheyenne now. I can't afford any more delays. Oh no. We stopped at Cheyenne, Wyoming, for a few hours in the evening. The Pinkerton agent disembarked to talk with a 6-foot-tall woman who wore the latest slim-trained skirts and a pistol tucked into her waistband. We watched, none the wiser. At luncheon, I asked one of the woman homesteaders, who informed me that she was Esther Hobart Morris, a justice of the peace, and indeed the first one in America. She sniffed. Honestly, some women. What's wrong with being a wife and a mother, I ask you? The Pinkerton agent boarded the train again before the last whistle blew, his face drawn and anxious. "Oh, I don't have the option to jump ship?" "Uh-oh. Well, tell me about the news." "Fog valet, Dapper." "Ya damn right!" Well, here it goes. Stuff's about to happen. Huh! We arrived into Omaha Station without further incident, and the train disappeared on without us. Fantastic. Seem to be no departures today. We should explore a little. Really? When I get to Atlanta. Oh, I'm in Cheyenne. When I get to Dallas? I don't know how to get to Dallas? I'm in Omaha. Why am I in Omaha? We gotta go now. That was entirely unreasonable. What have I done? This was a mistake. Oh, so many mistakes were made. God, that's so much money. But I don't have time. It seemed there were no more trains heading east from Omaha for some time, so we were forced to hire an open carriage to carry us as far as Chicago. The ride was somewhat more uncomfortable than a railway. I can decide which one of these. I don't think that we had ample time remaining. The ride was somewhat more uncomfortable than a railway, but not altogether that much slower. The road followed a roughly straight route, and was kept well clear. God damn it. Again about the wax cylinders. You love those things. We had the carriage to ourselves, but of course my master did little to assist with the passage of time. So I was forced to fidget uselessly for several hours, until finally my master's patience, half a world in the wearing, broke in two. "Passepartout," he remarked, "you have the capacity to be the most irritating travel companion imaginable. I charge you to sit perfectly still and do nothing." "Yes, monsieur. Of course." I figured singing would be even worse, but I guess not, I said, and proceeded to sit on my hands like a schoolboy. It was unbearable. Fire seemed to shoot up my legs. The carriage rolled on, and we did not speak to each other. Well. On the second day, something truly unprecedented occurred. "Passepartout," my master declared, "I believe I must apologize." "Apologize, monsieur?" I demanded, truly shocked. "Whatever for? You may act as you wish." "There is something about this landscape that is most upsetting. I believe it to be the scale. I theorize no civilized man can live in America without losing some of his essential humanity. The open skies and distant horizons are simply too much to bear." Why does such a man travel around the world? "Do not concern yourself, Monsieur Fogg. We will soon be in the city," I reassured him. "There will be walls and streets." "It may yet pass that America has cities," Monsieur Fogg replied, "but at present I fear they are largely plots of land that offer little civic comfort. Perhaps New York will be more acceptable." Monsieur Fogg said nothing more on the matter, and the carriage carried us across increasingly boggy land, until we began to pass wooden houses, scattered about seemingly at random. These were the outskirts of the city of Chicago. Yes, there is a reason I bought it. So I guess we have to plan. I want to go to Atlanta tomorrow at 8 a.m., so I gotta make sure I'm quick. And then we gotta go to Washington. Alright, taking the hotel. Walking the streets of Chicago, it quickly became apparent this was a city in a state of some flux, and in every way imaginable. From the wide variance of its diverse populace, who spoke in voices that hailed from Ireland, Sweden, and Austro-Hungary, to the arrangements of the city blocks themselves, for the blocks, I discovered, were in motion. Walking the busy streets, I was forced to stop more than once to make way for a family home set on rollers, moving like a strange gigantic snail, while its occupants calmly ate their dinner at the window as they went. A sign propped on the veranda read, J.S. McIntyre, Esquire, House Movers. A man on the sidewalk beside me cursed under his breath. "They act like they own the road," he muttered. "Are you suggesting this is a common occurrence?" I demanded, staring away as the building took a left turn across busy traffic. "It's the 7th one of these I've dodged today," the man grumbled. If I could get from Chicago to New York or Washington directly, I am not aware of how. I could have explored, I guess. I don't think I got there in time to explore. They're supposed to go to Van Buren and thereabouts, but instead they cruise around on those Hickory Springs like so many lords and ladies. "Where I come from, houses stay where they are placed," I told him. "'Twas because the mayor wanted the city to be made of stone, so they fitted rollers under the wooden houses to move them out the way. But you can't just move city folk around like cattle. They got the taste for it, see? People enjoy sunrise on the lakeshore, then they go browsing the shops, then go out of the city for the night, all from their living rooms." "I myself have traveled too much," I remarked, "and would enjoy staying put." "Well, maybe you would. You haven't seen what it's like out of the center. It's a swamp out there. Should never have built a city here at all, if you asked me. But no one did, of course." With that, he slumped away across the road. I returned to Monsieur Fogg at our hotel some time later, but only to find that the city was not tired of toying with me yet. The establishment, which had been normally positioned when I left it, now required a ladder to enter, having been raised several feet into the air by a team of men with hefty jack-screws. I gawped as the owner of the building stuck his head out of a window to shake his fist at the work crew. One of them saw my attention and poked me hard in the chest. "You've just run into Chicago's most notorious work gang," he declared. "We run this town." "Are you going to move the building?" I asked. "Nope," the man replied. "We're going to jack it up another 6 inches for every 10 minutes this miser here doesn't pay his rent." The last words were directed upwards to the open window, and then he turned back to me. "And if you want to go inside, $5. Alright, $5 I can swing. Here, have $5, whatever. I gave the man £3 without much thought, leaving him a little puzzled as to how best to have the money changed, since the bank had recently disappeared down Main Street in the direction of the lake. What is going on in this city? Oh my god! Alright, so we gotta market real quick, sell the thing, and then head off to Washington. And hopefully still have enough to get to Point Delgado and take the thing to London. Oh my god, this is not going to work out well. 360? Garbage. Truly garbage. I don't want any of that. Alright, we're out of here. Embark. Go. 5 minutes. I hope that's where I wanted to go. My master paced the floor of the Chicago Station ticket hall in a state I could only describe as agitation as we attempted to work out what train we were supposed to be getting onto. They have, he remarked to me with somewhat less than his usual cool, made something of a conundrum of their train system. I supplied him with our timetable as quickly as possible, which he began to apply himself to it. To which he began to apply himself with the deep consideration of the solver of a crossword puzzle. "May I be of assistance?" I asked lightly. "Perhaps, indeed, with your silence," he replied sharply. Though I could see he regretted the vigor of his words. The crowds surged around us, people hurrying from one train to another while we waited. Finally, he delivered his verdict, and we strode away toward the platform he had determined, only to find we had missed our train by several minutes? Give me a break. "I will determine when the next leaves," Monsieur Fogg declared, and then disappeared into a dark funk for another hour, as he attempted to complete this otherwise rather petty task. "Greetings, monsieur!" It landed at Washington? "Have you heard that some buyers will pay well for top hats from Washington?" "Sure. None of this actually matters. I've gathered one can travel aboard the Paul Revere from Washington to Ponta Delgada. You mentioned airships. I've been told you can get to London from New York aboard the Henrietta, but the fare is over £5,000. 5,000's way easier than 7,000! Wow! Let's get to New York!" I should have just gone to New York. I have goofed! Again! The goofs! Do tell me more about London. London to Porto Novo? Where is this? Straight to London! Look at that! Look at that! That's what we need! This is probably the quickest way to New York anyway, though. We headed away from Chicago and into the wild wilderness of America. Endless meadows stretched away in all directions, broken only by dense patches of forest. It really is. Once I saw a lumbering shadow, almost certainly a bear, and I gripped my seat with white knuckles until we were several miles further along. I have, as I may have mentioned, a particular fear of bears. What a fascinating character! Around the middle of the day, we passed a well-tilled area, set with triangular cloth houses. I looked with some interest, seeing a few people moving about their village. A child waved at the train as it passed, but their mother quickly snatched their hand down. Then, in a flash, they were gone, erased by the movement of the train. Oh, it's 11:30. Well, I guess I can keep going. The second day on the tracks was most unremarkable. I passed the time playing competitive charades with a nervous Irish clerk, who turned out to be a cheerful humorist. I won a small sum, £120, along with my opponent's Stetson hat. Finally, we arrived into Atlanta. Your funds have gone up somewhat. Great. No departures today. Don't give me that crap. We want to go to New York. Go. Departs at 2. Perfect. Go. I guess I could have taken some time and gone back to the market. Well, the great train stations of the Americas are truly sights to behold, cathedrals to the majesty of the railways. They will stand for all time as the country grows in strength. Or at least, so say the billboards and marketing stands that line the walls of these colossal temples to the large-scale endeavor of tying up a wild country with knots of steel track. I asked my master his opinion, and he appeared momentarily disgruntled. I fear, Passepartout, that I prefer trains to airships, but it is personal opinion and nothing more. A child could tell you there is more space in the sky than on the land. Yeah, right? I just have to hope that it's going to be enough time when I get there. This is pretty close. I have no idea how long that trip is going to take. Arrives next Friday. That's less than a week, dude. That's like 8 days? I could totally make it! I could totally make it! This airship, dude. This airship is going so good. I passed the train journey. Waiting on my master's needs and pressing his trousers, and he seemed a little better for it. Good enough. Yeah! That sounds about right. Math is not my strong suit. I don't actually care about any of this. I just want to go New York to London. Alright. Cool. London to Porto Novo? Do you play football? Nah, get off. You looked a bit like a center forward, I thought. Sure. London to Snowdon. Let's just say that the quickest way to Snowdon from here is through Reykjavik. What about London to Quebec City? Excuse me, I must go now. Oh, not interested in questions, I see. Fine. I really hope I can leave like the moment I get there. The train pulled into New York with a great issuing of steam that blew up into the darkening skies. We disembarked, to the faintest smell of salt air. The edge of the Atlantic waited. Surely we could not be far from home now. No departures today! Screw you! Arrives Wednesday. That's even better. Departs in 3 days. Oh, let's negotiate. This Englishman's wardrobe should yield results. Tomorrow. Fantastic. Alright, so you say tomorrow, but how about today? At 3. Yes. Huh? Huh? Yeah. We're doing it! It's happening! It's gonna work. Everything is gonna work. We would reach London in 3 days, barring any unexpected delay. 70 days! That's way less than 80! More than a week! See, I know how weeks work. We left New York aboard the Henrietta, an old Confederate airship converted to a transatlantic mail carrier. We would reach London in 3 days, barring any unexpected delay. Right? That suit has been nuts! I've gotten so many free trips out of it! Our cash reserves seem to be running low, Passepartout. Well, so be it. Adventurer Fogg expected back shortly. There better not be delays. I will kill someone. I'm gonna be so mad if this doesn't work. The ocean tore along beneath us. I enjoyed talking to no one. There was nothing I needed to know. No one to charm, flatter, or beguile into giving us aid. There was only the wind and the time, and we could control neither. Passepartout, my master demanded. Make us go faster, if you would. I approached the captain. Faster, you say? It can be done, but it would destroy the engines. We want no risk, no danger. Then I promise you, we will be in London in 2 more days. Good enough. Alright? We don't need to go too crazy here. We can just make it in a couple of days and that's fine. Let's not crash any ships or destroy any engines. Everything will be fine. Monsieur Fogg looked out of the observation deck windows with perfect calm, and there was no reason to be concerned. We were safely within our 80-day window. I could not wait to stride into the Reform Club and claim our prize. I spent the remaining time watching every possible danger. One eye on the crew, the other on the ship, ready to react to the slightest trouble. But nothing broke the peacefulness of our day. Oh man. I'm getting nerves! I'm getting nerves! We tethered at the airship dock in Hyde Park and felt, for the first time in 69 days, hey, dynamics! The feel of English soil under our shoes. At long last, we had returned to London, and in good time to win the wager. Man, I totally thought we were going to be completely wrecked, and then suddenly airship route from London to New York, or from New York to London, just opened up and made our way completely clear. Oh. Whoa. Achievement unlocked. Completed trip. Achievement unlocked 20 cities. Achievement unlocked 80 days. Ooh! Achievement unlocked 70 days! Yeah! That deserves finger guns, I guess. I don't really know why that happened. We did it, though. I seized my master by the collar and threw him into one of the steam carriages idling on the banks of the Serpentine in Hyde Park. "To the Reform Club!" I shouted. What? Why are these options? Why do I want to do any of this? Oh my god, dude. Wait, this is not okay. Alright, let's just lie rather than threaten the driver or kick the driver out. No, Dark Twinge! Your bloodlust. It's unreal. Just completely unreasonable. We're gonna make it to the Reform Club anyway. We don't need to do any of this. This is not a problem. Look, everything is gonna be okay. I'm okay with lying to the guy rather than holding a dagger to his throat. Come on, people. "To the Reform Club!" I shouted, telling the driver we were on urgent business for Her Majesty the Queen. "Drive as though the fate of the British Empire depends on you, sir!" I exhorted. "Drive!" "There is no need for such unseemly haste, Passepartout," my master noted, but I was a man possessed. The streets of London seemed... What do the streets of London seem? I have seen so much, and yet this is home. Comforting and familiar as they flashed past my well-traveled eyes. The carriages were mostly horse-drawn, and gas lamps rather than electricity lit our way as we raced down Pall Mall. The carriage barely shuddered to a steam-hissing stop before I dragged my master from his seat and up the steps to the imposing doors of the Reform Club. Jeez! I really got into this. I released him only when we reached the great saloon, where my master's erstwhile friends stood from their chairs, gaping in an attitude of great shock. Monsieur Fogg only straightened a little and said in his calm voice, "Gentlemen, here I am." The room erupted into cheers. Where had the crowd come from? Had they followed us inside from the street? I had scarcely noticed them. I realized, as though a spell had suddenly broken, that this is now less important to me than this. This is my own journey. That we had succeeded, and my master had won £20,000! Ah, good job. With the 4,000 we began with, the debt built up from banks along the way, and our remaining funds, it was a profit of over 15,000, hardly a meager sum. My heart began to beat again, and I saw for the first time, really. Sure, let's see where this goes. The crowds who had forced their way into the club to witness the momentous occasion. A journalist in a dark blue bonnet caught my eye. I don't think bonnet means what I think it means. "You must be the loyal valet, Passepartout," she said. "How could you possibly know that?" I asked in surprise. "All of London has been feverishly following Phileas Fogg's... That's a lot of F's. Bravo. A+ of alliteration. All of London has been feverishly following Phileas Fogg's progress in the papers." She swept her gaze over me and scribbled furiously in her notebook. "Your master will be tomorrow's headline, or I'll eat my hat." It is a fine hat. She laughed. "Then I will be glad not to have to eat it." I pushed my way through to Monsieur Fogg, who had nearly been swallowed by congratulatory crowds. "You have won the bet, monsieur," I told him, as though saying it aloud once more would make it more real, and then repeated the sentiment again, for good measure. Monsieur Fogg pressed my hand warmly, and did not remark even once upon the impropriety of my gesture. I didn't think I actually shook his hand, though? Alright, whatever. Indeed, though his cool gaze did not so much as waver or soften, I believe he welcomed the chance to shake my hand. "Any gentleman would be fortunate to call you his valet, and you have been a worthy companion to me besides," Monsieur Fogg said, and I knew that, from him, there could be no higher praise. All for me. Entirely deserved. I am amazing. "Mr. Fogg! Mr. Fogg!" the blue-bonneted journalist cried, interrupting our conversation. "What next for the great adventurer Phileas Fogg and his loyal valet Passepartout?" My master looked at me. I returned the glance. I have always wondered what is at the center of the earth. I looked around at faces of the assembled crowd and quirked an eyebrow. Anyone care to make a wager? Monsieur Fogg refrained from rolling his eyes. I believe, he said with great deliberation, that tonight I will have supper and go to bed. Come, Passepartout, it grows late. Yes, Monsieur Fogg, I said, and followed. Your journey round the world is complete. Whoa, fantastic. Celebrated Englishman Phileas Fogg wins Round the World Rager. Journey completed in 69 days despite the sheer size of the world. Kidnapped by Madras nuns. We never did find an automaton with a soul, did we? And sinking airship off the coast of Singapore. No kidding. Journey around the world in 69 days. Share? Am I going to post this to Twitter? This will open your personal journey page in your browser. You can share this link or bookmark it as a record of this trip. Yeah, okay. Show me a browser page. Fantastic. Minimize that for now. How many trains does a country need? Total amount spent, £25,000. Wow! Passionate, yep. My valeting was remarkable. And my relations with Fogg were comfortable. Rather than heading east,